All right, take two. So it looks like we had some technical difficulties, got it straightened out, and now I have a voice. So, welcome. My name's Kim. This is my cozy little painting studio, and we're going to make three beautiful things today. We started these on Monday. So we have a full ice cream cone, the middle halfway eaten ice cream cone, and then this one that is mostly eaten, so it's kind of melted all the way down. So it's kind of a timepiece if we want to get very pretentious about things. So what I'm going to do today, we roughed all of the shapes in, and these are kind of complicated for such small pieces. So these are 5x7s each. And we roughed everything in just using burnt umber on Monday. And then we started to go in with just a little bit of darker color. So what we're going to do today is we're going to punch these up. And we're going to try to bring up the next level on all three of them simultaneously. And so we're going to basically work on one and let the next one dry and so forth and just bounce back and forth among them. So when I do this, I am going to tell you very honestly that when you guys are in here, I talk through my thought process as I go. So if you think I have some grand plan, I don't. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at my picture. I'm going to see what I need to do next or what I think I need to do next. And that's where I'm going to start. So for me, I like to do something that makes me feel encouraged so that I can visually see that I'm sort of heading in the right direction with things. So I'm going to look at this and I'm going to say the thing that's going to make me feel visually encouraged is if I get some of this lovely color in here to start letting me know that I'm headed in the right direction for the nuts. So we're just going to get the first coat in there. And what I'm going to do is, this is my paint glaze. So this is satin medium glaze from Golden Acrylics. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix up. There's going to be a few different layers on this. Like I said before, sometimes I go anywhere between 6, 8, 10 layers on various places. So this is going to be just my first color layer in here. And what I'm going to use for that is my warmer colors. And by that, I mean that I'm going to use my cadmium red, a little bit of my darker blue, which is called Payne's Gray. And you'll notice that there's nowhere on my palette do I have black. I don't use black. I mix all my colors. The only time I get lazy is sometimes I use brown, but that's just when I'm a little bit lazy. So like I said, we used that as our underpainting for all three of these because that was a little bit easier. There's a brownish tinge to everything, and so that really helps to keep everything, kind of in check with each other. But what I want to make sure here is I want the majority of this glaze color, and glazing is very different from direct painting because what I'm thinking about when I do this is how all these layers of paint are going to interact with each other. And so they're translucent and I get to see a little bit of all of them through each other, and that's the way I like it. I think it makes them look much more visually interesting in the end. So I'm going to go in and I have this nice kind of a reddish color mixed, and I won't know if it's going to work. It's kind of like a burnt orangey red. I don't know if it's going to work until I go into it, so we're just going to try. We're not going to do all of the nuts. We're going to concentrate on the ones that have this kind of reddish tinge. This one, this one, this one, this one, and maybe a little bit on some of these other edges. So we're just going to give it a shot, see how it goes. Like I said, we never know, and I can see right away that I don't have enough yellow in there. So we're going to take that off. And I don't like to think of anything that I do as a mistake. What I like to think of it as is I try to leave marks so that you can see my process as I go in the paintings. And I try to think of them as, what do I do to make this more beautiful or the next layer more beautiful? So that's what I do. I think it's a mistake. It's a mistake to call your stuff mistakes. So I don't find that it's a very positive approach. I want to add a little bit more red. I went a little too yellow on that. So we're going to just try a little bit. Sometimes I can simply adjust my color just by adding more glaze and it will just go on thinner. So let's see. Yeah, that's about right. So again, this is just the first coat of my color. A little bit messy here. So I just take another brush and just clean up that edge. And I'm actually using just a little bit on this, even at this stage, what's called a regressive technique. So as I paint each of these with this first layer, I'm going to go in and actually pull off some of my paint with a clean brush and a little bit of acrylic glaze. And I do that where my highlights are. And then as I glaze future layers on, what that does is that helps me to build out my structure. And it's a lot easier, and I think a lot, again, more visually interesting than trying to paint every color that you see in front of you. Instead, I just try to think about how I can basically manipulate my paint to create effects that I want to create. So paint is really, people have a hard time with acrylics, especially when they're getting started, if you're used to oils. And I would say that, you know, using the medium certainly helps, but I don't try to treat my acrylics as if they were oils. I treat them as if they're their own thing, and I try to play to their strengths. So for me, I don't blend my paint in the way that a traditional painter would. I try to think of it as a visual blending. Like, again, in this layering technique, how do all my paint layers interact with each other? And sometimes that means they overlap on edges where there's transitions. And sometimes it means that it's how the colors peek through one another. So again, it's very different from maybe what you might be used to seeing, but I think that it contributes overall in the long run to something that looks much more realistic in the end. It just looks a little funky at the early stages. So I try not to label myself as a hyper realist, although some people call me that. If you look at my work on my website, some of it looks very hyper realistic. And by hyper realistic, it's a little bit different. Everybody just uses terms, you know, loosely, pretty much. I don't know if there's any true authority for this, but photorealism is something that's very strictly adhering to the reality of the photo. And the artist is supposed to essentially remove themselves from the piece. So in other words, they don't have any emotional contribution to a true photorealistic piece. Hyperrealism, at least in terms of the way I understand it, is typically something that the artist actually adds information to the photos that they use as their references in a way that kind of exceeds reality. So that is a little bit different. But again, there's varying definitions, varying definitions of that. So that gets into the weeds a little bit. But I just consider myself a realist. And I came upon a term the other day. I was trying to, you know, I'm thoughtful that way. I was trying to figure out, if you look at my work, if you look at all of my work, and that's my ice creams and my other still life and the cookie paintings that I do, the trompe l'oeil pieces, like what would you categorize it as? And I came upon this term that I really like, and it's called whimsical realism. And I do think that in a lot of ways my work falls under that kind of umbrella. And I think it's kind of an unofficial umbrella. I saw people loosely using that term to describe various artists. But you know what? I'm just going to own it. And I'm taking it for myself. So I'm going to call myself a whimsical realist. And yeah, you know, who am I answering to? I'm just going to own the term, and it's going to be mine. So if you go and look at all of my stuff, I think it all kind of falls under the branch of whimsical realism. And so yeah, we're going to go with that. So again, all I'm doing is taking this kind of a burnt orangey color, and I'm going over my monochromatic underpainting with just a glaze. So this is mixed with a lot of glaze. I keep 2 brushes in my hand simultaneously, or I should say both my hands, and that's because I'm moving between them relatively quickly. One is to apply the paint, and the other one is to either clean up my mistakes or just strategically try to remove some of the paint in that regressive technique that I was mentioning. Because, like this area, for example, I want the glaze to be a little bit evident there. I want it to stain the piece, but I also want to acknowledge the form of the shape of the nut. And so I'm just going to go in with a different brush that doesn't have paint on it and just put glaze on it, not water, glaze on it, and just wipe some of that away. I only use water to clean my brushes. I don't ever use it, if you're just getting started in acrylics or you're just curious, I don't ever use my water to actually apply my acrylics. I only use it to clean my brush. So every time I apply my acrylics, I use the glazing medium. If you haven't used glazing medium, it's a lot of fun to begin experimenting with. There's a lot of things that you can do with it, but it does keep the paint open a little bit longer. And like I said, it creates these nice translucent effects. You always want to, once you dip your paint or dip your brush in water, just wipe it off. So I keep a paper towel right here on my palette. So we're going to do this essentially for all 3 of these little paintings as I go, and we'll just work our way back every time, because they're so small and because I want them all to be in one family and kind of telling a story. I'm going to try to keep their colors pretty similar to each other because they're all supposed to be sort of sequential. And so I'm gonna, as I mix up colors in acrylic and do one painting, I'm just gonna go through with that same color as best I can on all 3, and then I'm gonna come back to it. So we're just going over this just a little bit, just gonna taper this down here, and we'll take a gander and just see. I think that that's it on this particular one. Well, one more spot. I always think that I'm done, and then I'm just going to move on. So again, this is a very early stage. If you've not seen my paintings before, I would encourage you to go look on my website. I try to be really, really realistic in the end. So this is only a few hours in. We started these on Monday. I did not get to work on them over the last couple days. I had other stuff that I had to work on because an artist's work is never done. But we're just going to go in and try to get as much done on these as I can. I'm going pretty fast between these 2 brushes because I want to try to manipulate the paint. If you have any questions, please just jump in. That's okay. I can still answer them while I'm painting. But again, this is a very early stage. So right now, I would say I think we have about 3 coats of paint, maybe 4 on this whole thing. We're going to get to somewhere between 8 and 12 probably for this. So I hope you'll stick with me. Between today and tomorrow, we're going to aim to get most of these done for all 3 of these. But we'll see how it goes. So I appreciate everybody who's stopping in to watch me and my crazy painting process. Again, if you haven't seen my work, I can show you one that's almost done, which was this larger one we started last week too. This is a Neapolitan, just squeezing it in there. It's not done. I'm going to come back to that, I hope, on Saturday, and we're going to finish that. I aim for, again, really, really high degrees of realism. And so, yes, if you haven't seen my work, please check out my website and you will see just the kind of stuff that I typically paint. All right, so we're gonna let this one dry. We're gonna bounce over to this one now. This one will be relatively quick because this was the mostly eaten one. And it only has a few of these nuts. So we're just gonna go in again with this same color. I'm not gonna do it on all of the nuts, but I do wanna pay attention to the ones that have kind of this orangey undertone to it. And so I'm just going to go in real quick and yeah, that's pretty quick. And then we're again just going to try to wipe a little bit of it away with a different brush and my acrylic glazing medium. So again, just working in acrylics, it's a little hard to get used to at first. I get it. I went through it. Everybody does. But I think there's lots of ways that you can learn to manipulate your paint that are, to me, far more manageable than working in other mediums, especially oil. I did work in oil for a long time. Well, not for a long time, a couple years when I started, and I made some very beautiful paintings. And it's just, there's a lot of stuff you got to work around. Drying time is very difficult. Cleanup can be very difficult. And so a lot of stuff that just makes oils maybe, you know, just a little more challenging for people like me. So I like this layering technique. I'm sticking with it. I've been doing it for a while now. Again, I'm just going to go in here. We're going to work relatively quickly on these parts today because it's still very much, you know, the lower layers of things. Let's skip over to this. So this is the full cone, like a drumstick. We're calling it a sundae cone. And I'm just going to go in here. This one's going to be a little bit easier. It looks like a lot of my areas actually have this color. Again, I want to just go in here, put enough glazing medium so this color doesn't dry on me. And I'm just going to go in and try to strategically add this glaze. And then, oh, I think I have my brushes reversed. We're just going to wipe some of it off each of these nuts before it dries so that we have kind of varying translucencies across the area of each one. And again, that helps us to build out the structure. So every time I put a glaze of paint on, I want it to not just help to fix the colors and the details for me, but I want it to help me build out my form, the appearance of form on each of the pieces. So again, this is, you know, if you like this methodology, that's cool, but there's lots of other ways to paint. So I am by means not the authority on this. This is just the way that I choose to paint, and it works for me. And so I just want to go in strategically to all of these places where I feel like where this color is a little bit evident. I want to not lose my place. That's always tricky. And it looks like maybe I have a little bit of details that got a little muddled there. So I'm going to have to revisit that after this dries. It is very tricky, I will say. If you're doing something that's very heavy on details, no matter what stage you're at, to lose your place. Very, very easy to do. And so I try very hard to look for anchor points, which are little shapes that I'm certain are correct. And then I see how they're related to other areas around. So you might not see this right away. If you glimpse at it, you'd be like, well, that looks pretty good. But in reality, there's actually two shapes right in here that I missed when I was going through this on the other passes. So I'm going to have to revisit that, but that's okay. We can do that. Occasionally I will forego it, but usually I have found that when I'm like, when I have something like that happen, and I'm like, well, I'll just let it go and I'll just skip it. I can see it. I can see the mistake. I can see how the form of the painting doesn't look right. And so, hey, Cupie, nice to see you. You just got home from work. Thursday is your Friday. How nice. That's always a nice feeling. I used to have work weeks were like that with certain jobs where Thursday was my Friday. So I hope that you had a good week and now you're done. Do you have plans for your weekend? So we're just building out the structure here and just trying to, again, go in and just pull a little bit off. One thing that helps me to find my anchor points as I go is you'll often see me turn my paintings upside down and sideways, especially on really complicated pieces, because it helps my brain to see things more objectively. And so I think part of my issue, I just want to shrink that down a little bit. I try very hard. Sometimes I go up and down a bit, but I try very hard most of the time to work at a 1-to-1 scale. And so I do that because it's just a lot easier, again, on my brain. So when you can, if you're practicing, don't try to, for years, especially when I was really young and didn't know, but for years I would try to work from like a tiny photo, and then I learned that was unnecessary. It was unnecessary for me to torture myself that way. So I try to just work 1-to-1 scale. So Cupie, you said, I am having a friend over tomorrow to make some bracelets and charms with pony beads. Nice. Then this weekend is the Pokemon Go Fest, and my partner and I are big nerds. Are you? That's awesome. So I never got into Pokemon, but my husband and I have played Magic for many years, actually, Magic the Gathering. So I don't know a super lot about the Pokemon culture, except that I do remember we used to watch the cartoon many years ago because we thought it was really cute. And I do remember there was the little like egg looking thing, and I believe his name was, I'm going to say it wrong, Togepi? Is it Togepi or Togepi? And I just thought he was so cute. So I actually have a few little Togepi, I'm going to call him, unless someone corrects me. I actually have a few little stuffed versions of him, and one that purrs in particular that I really loved. But yeah, we did used to watch the cartoon a long time ago. But I've never done the video game stuff, the Pokemon Go. That's what that is, right? It's the video game stuff. But yeah, I would definitely categorize myself under the nerd branch as well, the nerd culture. Star Wars on my shirt. So lots of stuff. I'm into it all. I am. All right, so we're just going through here. Again, gets a little bit complicated in some areas, so I'm just trying to pay attention to the anchor points, the things where I can see where these joinings of the shapes are, because remember, I'm not painting ice cream. I am painting a bunch of abstract shapes, and hopefully in the end they all come together. So that's what I try to do. Cupie, let me see what you wrote here. Apologize, I have. Is it Togepi or Togepi? You're right. Pokemon Go is the mobile app. Yes, where you catch the real ones. I've seen it before. I love collecting cards because of the illustrators credited at the bottom. Some people even collect specific artists. Nice. There's even a crochet artist that makes cards and a clay artist. Is that right? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I know just a little bit of characters and things, mostly from what I remember from the cartoon from years ago. So yeah. But I hope you have a wonderful time. That's exciting that you're going to get to go to that. I don't know if anybody out there plays Magic, but I went years ago to, we used to go to some card releases when the new sets would come out. And one time I went to this, again, this is a very specific thing. I don't know if anybody knows this, but Star City Games held tournaments, and they came to Orlando when we lived there. and I was playing in one of the big events that was just like a sealed, they call it sealed, where you open the cards and then build a deck. And I was like, they were recording it at the time to broadcast it on their channel. And I told my husband, I'm like, man, I really hope that they don't, I don't want to be in anything that's recorded. And they, wouldn't you know it, like 5 minutes later, they called my name on the loudspeaker and they put me in the featured area against like the people who play professionally. And yeah, I lost really badly on that broadcast, but it was still, I guess, a nice experience. So anyway, yeah, strange thing. But it was a fun weekend. I do remember that. It was a fun weekend. Cupie, it says you're on a 5-stream streak with me, which is really nice because Cupie likes to hang out with me. She is my first, and I believe right now my only subscriber, which is super cool. That is not something that I was really thinking about, but I appreciate it so much, Cupie. What did you say? That's amazing. What a great memory. We have thought about getting Magic or possibly Dungeons and Dragons. My partner owns a few Magic cards. He grabbed some of the collab packs. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, we played yesterday, as a matter of fact, and I trounced my husband, which I never do, honestly. I think I've lost most of the games. We play like in a set of 7 games, and with sealed, and yeah, so I usually lose because he's much better at it than me. Oh, I think maybe the Spider-Man cards. We haven't played the Spider-Man cards yet, but we do actually have them sitting out here. So yeah, that's something that I definitely I want to get to, because we were playing through some crappy old sets that I didn't like too much. But yeah, Magic is a complicated game, but I've played it with him for like 25 years. So yeah, he's much better at it than I am. But yeah, it can be fun. It can be fun. It can also be a little bit stressful sometimes. There's certain sets that I'm not loving, but we just play it for fun, mostly for ourselves. All right, so we're gonna let these layers dry. And this is just the first layer again. I might go in here and just put a tinge of this into here, just a tinge. So again, we're working on all 3 of these paintings simultaneously. It's so daunting. I think what does it say? I think that's the only thing holding us back from trying. Well, if you try something that is like the pre-made decks, that's definitely a better start for y'all. If you try to go in and build decks, you know what? There's so many mechanics in Magic nowadays. I don't know how I would have done. I don't know how I would have fared if I was just trying to get into it now and I didn't have any experience from playing it, for X amount of years. Even, we took a bit of a hiatus from it for, a year or 2 where we didn't play it too much, and getting back into it, it was like, wow, this hurts my brain. So, so yeah, that can be a little bit daunting. And then, we played recently like the Final Fantasy set, which was, I will say it was challenging. Let's just call it that. But we would have, again, we were playing sealed, and we would have, it would take us so long because there were so many cards all over the table, just to a ridiculous extent, and it was very confusing to try to figure out how they were all interacting with each other. We did it, but it was quite confusing. All right, we're going to scoot back to the original one, and we're going to do pass number 2 on this. So if you're just joining us, thank you so much. My name is Kim. I'm here 4 days a week. I'm a full-time painter, and I paint in a very realistic style, but it goes a little bit slow. So we start out at this level, and then we're going to ramp it up. So I hope that you guys, if you haven't followed already, please follow, because it makes me feel good to have people here. So I really appreciate it. And so I'm going to go in while I have this color, and it's still mixed up, actually. and it has not dried out on me yet. I'm going to go in and just go into a couple areas where I feel like I can darken it just a bit. So sometimes you don't even have to mix up another color. Sometimes you can just go in with another layer. It's absolutely magical watching this come together. Aw, that's so nice. Thanks, Cupid. You know just what to say to get on my good side. I appreciate it. So magical is always what I aim for, I think. But I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So yeah, we're just going to go in to just a few of these where I feel like I can use this same color to bump it up. And I'm just applying it a little bit strategically, a little more strategically than last time. And I'm not going to wipe as much of it off. Some of it I'm going to go in, just a little bit. But the thing is, what I'm aiming for is as you go, if you have a little bit of that shape that you've already applied to the lower layers, then as you apply the later layers, you'll actually still see those shapes peek out. They'll peek through one another. So if you look at one of my paintings like really, really close up, in the end, even with, 8, 10, 12 layers of paint, you can actually see all of those layers of paint. Some more than others. But I like that because it's kind of like, I described this before if you haven't been here with me. It's, to me, the difference of painting something that looks like 10 pieces of plastic with translucent color on them laid on top of each other versus a piece of construction paper. So I try to paint as if you're looking through all of these sheets of translucent color. And I don't like the construction paper approach. That's just me. Again, everybody's different. Everybody has different goals for what they want out of their paintings. And mine is just what Cupid said. I want to make magic. so yeah, that's what I aim for. Part of what I paint is sometimes known as trompe-l'oeil, which is to fool the eye in French, it means. And so if you go again, look on my website, some of the stuff is up there, which is my more recent stuff that was the gingerbread and cookie scenes with frosting, where I painted them as trompe-l'oeil pieces. And then I have some older pieces too, like I actually took, if you go in my archive section, I actually would take things like, I don't know if they're up there, but recipe cards and paint those. And, just so they looked like the actual recipe cards. And I actually took, this was one of my favorite projects, some comic books. And you took them and I opened them and rolled them over the back and then attached them to a board, and I replicated it so that it looked like on my panel, even though my painting was flat, that the comic books were folded open. Or there was one that I did where there was just two that were flat against each other. I think they were both issues of the Lois Lane comic from the 1960s, which if you've never seen, those are hilarious. But anyway, they're one of my little collective things that I personally collect, Lois Lane comics from the 1960s. So I would go check those out if you're curious, because they have pretty hilarious pull quotes on the front of the book from the characters. So again, I'm just going to go in, just put a little bit more color on there. We'll go back to this last one. Let's see if it's dry yet. It's a little bit wet, so you know what? We're going to skip that, and we're going to stick with the one that we have in front of us, and we'll move on to a different part. So again, if anybody wants to say hello, you can feel free to ask me questions. You can also feel free to share what you're working on, because my hope is that this is my cozy little studio and that you'll feel comfortable bringing your own work in and just hanging out with other creative people or people who like creative people, and just chatting about your own work, and or sitting there and lurking and just feeling comfortable working among other artists. That's what I want this to be. So we're going to all work together to make some beautiful things, and I hope that you find it a little bit peaceful, just to kind of have that camaraderie I can't open my physical door to you, but I can open my metaphorical door to you, and we can all hang out together. And also, if you just enjoy the process of watching someone paint, certainly you are welcome as well. And I would be doing this anyway. That's why my husband suggested that I try this Twitch streaming, because I paint most days, all day anyway. So why not allow people to see what we do, or see what I do? That was his thought. So we're going in now with just this lighter color, which goes on these other nuts. And again, what I want to do is create kind of a warm base for all of them. And I say warm because I want to layer it up with cooler colors progressively, and that will help it to create some sense of form, at least for the way that I work. You made your first cuff bracelet with pony beads last night in preparation for tomorrow's beading. It came out much better than you were expecting. I did a peyote stitch, peyote, did I say that right? With only 2 colors, and have them strung so that it's stripes of pearlescent and white beads. 4 beads across. Nice. Nice. That sounds like that will be a very enjoyable project for you to work on with your friend. So is that today? You said that your friend was coming over today to work on that? That's pretty cool. So yes, feel free. Anybody who wants to, you're always welcome to share what you're working on. I, years ago, was the editor of a small art magazine, and so I spent a lot of time talking to other artists, and I really enjoyed it. So I very sincerely want to know what you work on, because I think that artists are important, and sometimes it's a very isolating job, and or an isolating hobby, but you love working on stuff. So if you love doing it, you can talk about it. And I think talking about it or writing about it actually helps us. It's another reason why I'm in here. But I think it helps us to clarify our ideas and our approaches. So it's good. And you can treat this, you don't have to do it right away. If you follow and you hang out for a few weeks and you want to come back and talk about your stuff in the future, that's cool. If you never want to talk about it, that's okay too. But I do hope that you know that we are trying to be a community where you're welcome to do that. So that looks so much better already, right? So this was just a couple of very quick passes, different color glazes in there. And tomorrow you're making things now so that you know enough to help her out. Oh, that's good. I make them for concerts, live music, and festivals. It's called Condi. Is it Condi? And you trade or gift them. If you don't know what that is, you can explain more. Yeah, yes, please explain more, because I don't know what that is. And please correct me if I did not say that right. I don't know if it's Condi or Candy. So, all right, we're going to skip over to another one of these, since we have that color pretty much laid in there. And I just want to see. Just that little bit. Wipe up my mistake a little bit right here, and we're going to come back to this. So let me skip over to this one. Whoops. Skip back to this one. So we'll just switch these out. So again, we're aiming for somewhere between probably, and I shouldn't say we're aiming, we're just going to arrive at somewhere between probably 8, 10, 12 layers by the time all is said and done with my this little trio here. And that's typical for my pieces. So everybody's different, and certainly if you don't work in glazes, then that's not going to be your thing. But in the end, I really think that working with glazes makes acrylics so much more accessible to people, and just makes more beautiful things. So that's what I like to do. But I always push myself to try to keep learning more, and and always just see what I can do with it. So again, those trompe-l'oeil pieces that I created in the last year or so, they are incredibly complicated to paint. And so I do hope that you go over and check them out. I can show you a couple little ones. This is a print of a little one that I did. So this is part of my print club. So if you head over to my website, you can join my print club and you get one of these every month. But this is the one that's featured this month, and this painting is 12 by 12. And so what I did is I baked cookies and decorated them and put this frosting background, and then this is my painting of that. So I tried to replicate it in paint so that it would appear to be three-dimensional. And so the way that I do that is to make sure that I get my shadows and my highlights correct so that ultimately it looks three-dimensional. So yeah, if you check out my website, you can see all those things that I paint. This was the print that was featured last month, which was this little butterfly cookie that I was so proud that I actually decorated this physical cookie, and again, just a swoop of frosting in the back, and this is my painting of that. So again, very flat painting, but looks very three-dimensional and very realistic. That's what I aim for. So on this one, we were waiting for this to actually dry before I came in here with this other pass on the darker layer, and I'm just gonna see if I have a little bit of paint. Yeah, just a little bit left, so I can go in and work on some of these darker places. Let's see what QP says here. Is everybody learning from QP too? In case you don't know what it is. Pronounced like candy, okay. It's from the rave culture, and it can range from a single strand to super complicated cuffs, necklaces, perler beads, which are the ones you iron and melt together. You do a handshake while trading, okay, and plur is the foundation of the rave culture and means peace, love, unity, and respect. I approve. So the handshake, you do the peace signs, touch fingers, heart hand touching to make a full heart, and then hold hand. This is a whole culture thing. This is a whole culture. That's pretty amazing. Very amazing. Very, very cool. Well, I learned something new, so I always enjoy that. So very, very cool. Well, I hope that you and your friend will very much have fun doing that. And it's so neat to know that you make these for other events and things too. Very, very creative. I think that no matter who you are, it's always important to work creativity into your day. QB says, it is mind-blowing how a couple of brushstrokes make such a huge difference. I try, yeah, on some of these. I do think that they start, it's funny because they will, there will be points, especially, and you'll see as I go, hopefully, where suddenly it goes from something that looks like to something that looks really amazing. So yeah, when I hit one of those points, that's always very encouraging. But I appreciate that. That's very kind. And I was just saying that I do think that, you know, it's really important for anybody to work in some kind of creativity. That doesn't mean that you have to draw or paint, although you're certainly, you know, encouraged to do that. Everybody can learn. If you don't know yet, everybody can learn. And there is a really excellent book called Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain by Dr. Betty Edwards. That's a really good place to start if you don't have a lot of experience drawing, or just if you want to learn to draw a little bit more accurately. It's a really good way to learn. But also, you know, your creativity can come in many other ways. So QP is making bracelets. That is awesome. And she does a number of other things as well. And there's a lot of people who hang out in here that occasionally stop by. There's been muralists, and there's been songwriters, and there have been just regular writers, fiction or nonfiction. And you know, you can just have projects you make in your kitchen if you love to cook, things that you aim for that are beautiful, and or things that you love in gardens and so forth. So whatever you do every day, I hope that you find some way to work in a little bit of creativity for yourself. my grandma, I've mentioned before, if you join that one print club, then every month, that's called my Sweet Escapes print club. I have two. I have one that has ice creams as well. But if you join my Sweet Escapes print club, then I usually share a recipe from my family in there, a dessert recipe. And a lot of times they come from my grandma. My grandma was not an artist, but she aimed for her tables and her table settings and every piece of food that she created to look beautiful. And that was her art form. So I think that it can come in many different ways. And that's actually part of the reason why I started to paint that series of the, I'll call them foodscapes, but that often feature cookies and snacks and things. And part of it was because I wanted to kind of pay homage to people who, you know, their art form is making beautiful food. So adding a recipe is such an amazing touch, and a family wanted that. Yeah, I think it's nice. We gave away a really good one this month. It was orange cake with sunshine frosting. Have you ever had a sunshine frosting? It's pretty amazing. If you have not, you don't have to join my print club to do that. You can just Google it. And a sunshine frosting is made from canned pineapple, and you can make it any way you want, I guess, but it's canned pineapple with vanilla pudding, just the dry vanilla pudding, and Cool Whip. And so if you mix those together, it makes this really fluffy, wonderful frosting for cakes, which is especially good for summer. So yeah, called a sunshine frosting. You can do it in various proportions, so you know, depending on your liking. But yeah, I like sharing those family recipes because they were important to my family when I was growing up, that some of these recipes would get shared. Yeah, it's really good. Yes, cute for you. I love the emoji because it is good. It is really good. And the orange cake that I put in there is made with mandarin oranges, which makes the cake really like soft and wonderful. So it's really, really good. But anyway, so that's a lot of fun. So it's fun every month for me to kind of come up with something that kind of goes along with, I guess, my painting that I feature in the print club. One month I used my Daydreamer painting, which was, all right, I think we're gonna move on from that. So we're gonna let all three of these pieces dry at this point, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna start, I might as well stick on this one. We're gonna work on the chocolate while we're here. So that will be the next part that needs to get bumped up. So for that, I'm going to go ahead and take, we're going to move away from the brown. The brown was my underpainting, so that was made from this brown here. But I'm going to mix my own brown because I want to see if I can punch up the color. So I'm going to put this dark blue, this warm red, which is cadmium red, and yellow. That will neutralize kind of the purpley color. And so we're just going to try to get this to lean a little bit more red than this underpainting is. And I'm not going to put too much glaze in here, just a little bit. I want to see first if I get the color right. I also want to see if I can get a little bit more coverage. Actually, I think that looks really nice. So I'm going to just stick with this. I was saying that when in the 1 month when I did my Daydreamer painting, which if you look on my website, it is a cookie horse, which I made with a sugar cookie, a cutout cookie thing that I had from my childhood. I'm going to put a little bit more blue in there. It's a little bit too red for this stage. We want to build up the colors. We don't want to jump right to the end. So I'm just going to put a little more blue in there. And in that painting, there is a pretzel fence and a gingerbread barn with a pretzel roof. And so I went ahead and for that month, I added my grandma's strawberry pretzel salad as the recipe for my print club that month because it went along with the pretzels on the fence and the barn roof. And strawberry pretzel salad is an amazing dessert as well. So she calls it a salad. I actually called it just strawberry pretzel dessert because I think it's confusing, but she did call it a salad back in the day. So, but it is simply, I believe it's just frozen strawberries, or you could use fresh strawberries mixed in with Jello, and it has a Cool Whip topping mixed with some other things, and then a base, like a crust that's made from salted pretzels, and it's really, really good. So anyway, those were some really good summertime desserts that I remember growing up. And yeah, actually, you know, we were talking the other day on Monday when everybody was in here. We were talking about kind of these weird memories of growing up. Both Cupie and I grew up in pretty small places, pretty small towns, and we were swapping our stories of that. So yeah, I'll share those again sometime. But yes, it's very different. It's very different growing up in a very small town. They can be a different kind of place, but in a lot of ways, you know, it's a more laid back way of living. And so that was why we would often have picnics, had picnics and picnic tables, and you know, and lots of just, you know, what does QP say? This is gonna probably sound crazy, but my favorite dessert is your mom's chocolate avocado mousse pie. Avocado mousse. Huh. Yeah, that sounds crazy. I'm going to go with that. But I believe you. How does that integrate? I have never had avocado with chocolate. I don't think. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. So yeah, that's definitely something. All right. Pretty good for this base. We're going to keep this color just for, I want to just check that. Yeah, it's fine. We're going to keep this color and move on to these two before this dries. So again, we're having kind of this, you know, crazy back and forth between these three paintings today, but I promise in the end it will pay off. So well, that's a crazy combination of food, and very much reminds me of like Oscar the Grouch, where it seems like things would not come together. Let's see what you wrote here. She's a health freak, but it's delicious. It's avocado base for the mousse, and it really does taste like chocolate. It's super creamy, and then the crust is made from dates and walnuts, and there's a raspberry layer. Interesting. I believe you. I've had a number of weird, you know, I've tried a number of weird foods over the years, tried to make them, and, you know, just tried them elsewhere, because I also, despite the fact that I paint ice cream, I actually am a pretty healthy individual. I don't just gorge on ice cream all the time. So yeah, I definitely try that, but but that's different. That is different. There's no cocoa powder or anything in there? I see. She made raw chocolate for a while. Raw chocolate. That's ambitious. And my favorite one she made was salty garlic chocolate. Interesting. I'm going to just take your word for it on that one, but that's very interesting. Salty garlic chocolate. My grandpa had this beautiful garden when I was growing up, and he loved to grow garlic. And so he had the best garlic. I've never had store-bought garlic that was anything like that anymore. But he actually would ship it to me in a little box. Is Carl here? I think Carl was here. Did I miss it? Oh, Carl's Jr. Hi. I'm sorry I missed your comment. Hi, welcome. Nice to see you back. Yeah, he used to ship it to me in a little box in Florida, and I was so excited when I would get that little box of garlic from my grandpa. But you know, the garlic that he grew was actually from my great grandparents when they immigrated to the U.S. and they brought the garlic with them, and so they used. I'm so glad, Carl's Jr. Thanks so much. they actually brought the garlic with them. And so that, you know, they were able to propagate that for years. And that was the garlic that our family always had. And then sadly, after my grandpa passed, we kind of lost the garlic over the years. But I've never found anything in the store that that ever matched it. And I do have a little garden now, but I don't grow any garlic myself. So yeah, he did. He brought it. It was yeah, it was the family garlic. That sounds crazy, but it was family heirloom garlic. Yeah, my mom grew it, I think, for a few years after that, but then she stopped, and then, you know, it's the seed wasn't good anymore. So it sadly got lost over time. But I always try, you know, if I can, when I'm, you know, trying to buy veggies if I'm able to, or grow the ones that I grow. I try to get things that are heirloom because I think that's really cool, something that's been preserved over the years. So this is pretty cool in here. This color is really helping just to build up this shape. I think I'm going to go in with my other brush so that I can kind of get into these areas a little bit better. Heirloom garlic, yeah, that brings back memories. Alright, so this is a better brush for me. And I'm just going to go in and just kind of go around these shapes just a little bit with this second color. But this is a nice color. This is really helping to kind of define. You're very much a lover of garlic. Yeah, I used to really eat a lot of garlic. I really don't eat it anymore, and I'm not really sure why exactly, because I do like garlic. But I should try to grow it sometime. You know, like I said, I'm kind of a fledgling gardener, so most of my gardening stuff is really experimental at this point. But you love garlic, but garlic doesn't love you. I understand, Carl's Jr. It upset your stomach? Aw. Yeah, well, yeah. I don't know if that's why I stopped eating it. It's been a long time. It's been a very long time. But I understand. We all get a little older and our stomachs don't do as well anymore as they used to. But that's okay. That's all right. This looks so much better already. So I'm pretty pleased, you know, with the progress on this. Just for really being, what, roughly 5 hours into the 3. Your dad has that too, so sad. Aw. Just a sensitive stomach, I understand. Well, you know what? I paint all these sweets and junk food, and people can enjoy them even if they can't ever eat them. Like I said, I don't actually eat very much junk food, but I think that it's beautiful to paint. And I like the organic quality, you know, of all, not organic in that sense, but I like all the textures or the implied textures that I can get from painting food. And I think it has a lot of nostalgia for us, even if we don't have, you know, even if we can't enjoy everything today. So for me, when I look at ice cream and you know, the cookies and things that I paint, again, I went a year painting cookies and gingerbread, and I didn't eat a single one. And for me, it wasn't about that. It was about it being a creative medium and having this sense of nostalgia so that I could, you know, create these very imaginative sort of landscapes with these food items. So I think that, yeah, I hope, I guess, that my work gets imbued with a little bit of that nostalgia every time I paint something. Love gingerbread. Did you look up my website, Carl's Jr.? Did you see my giant gingerbread neighborhood? If you haven't seen that one, I would check it out. There's my giant gingerbread neighborhood, and then there's my my other one that has a little gingerbread house. And so they're painted in the trompe-l'oeil style, which is, intended to look three-dimensional, even though the paintings are flat. But the giant gingerbread neighborhood, it was a, I say giant, it took me a week to build the model. It was 3 feet long, and it has 5 gingerbread buildings that I really baked and decorated, and then I painted them all super realistically, and it has a lot more detail than that. I made trees out of Lucky Charms and sugar cookies, and there's little animals hidden in the windows and stuff. But making the gingerbread, that was a lot of fun, and it was definitely a labor of love. So the original model for it was 3 feet long, and the painting is 4 feet long, and so it's one of my favorite pieces. But also I did this other one that was one of the first ones that I did with the cookies, and it just has a little gingerbread house that I built. And at that time I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with it. I knew I wanted to paint a series that had gingerbread and cookies, and so I built this little gingerbread house, and I just let it sit on my counter for, I don't know, like a week or two. And then I finally figured out that, I had painted stuff in the trompe-l'oeil style, which, to do that, you want to have a very shallow depth of field to paint in trompe-l'oeil so that it looks real on the surface of your paint, or on your painting surface. You want the depth to be no more than like a few inches. So I was like, well, how am I going to do that? And so what I did was I chopped off the back 2/3 of the gingerbread house, and I laid it up against a piece of foam board. I was like, that's it. That's what I'm going to do. And so I did that, and then I had all these cookies that I had baked. Again, I was trying to arrange things and see what I could do with it. So I just laid it all out together and experimented with that. And I think it came together really beautifully. I call it Here Comes the Sun, and it has a sugar cookie sun. So it's a pretty beautiful piece. All right, so we're doing good. Another pass, and then what we're gonna do at this point, I think, again, we're just trying, like here, when I put this glaze on, and I hope you can see this, see these little marks that I put to indicate these little dark shadows? They're actually still there. You just realized that I'm wearing a Star Wars shirt. Yes, you always notice my shirts. I found this company called TeePublic, I think it is, and all of the shirts are kind of, they're all made by artists, and so, and all the designs, and so this is one of those as well. I think the other shirt, I don't remember which one it was, the PBS shirt that I was wearing, that was also from TeePublic. Yeah, so I really like their site, and I just found them, so I'm going to definitely have to get some more. But I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm a big Star Wars nerd. I have been since way before Star Wars was popular. So I had a Star Wars poster in my dorm room way back in 1995. So yeah. So when I put this glaze on, what I was saying is you can actually see all of these shadows peek through. So every glaze layer adds to the form of the piece, right? So I can see all the highlights under here, I can see all the shadows under here, and I just applied this glaze uniformly there. So yeah, so I used to actually, I really always loved the Star Wars movies from the time that I was very young, and that's not because anybody in my family even liked them. You couldn't watch past the first 3, it made you too sad. I yelled at my partner for not warning me. Are you saying the original 3 or the later 3? QP. Because it's probably the later 3, right? Did you watch the prequels first? No, well, yes, so episodes 4, 5, and 6, is that what you mean? So the original Star Wars Empire and and assume the prequels Anakin. Yeah. So yeah, the no, I mean I was a Star Wars. I watched Star Wars from the 80s, so from the 70s and 80s. So I was I was born in 77. That's why it says Rebel since 77. So the first three in chronological order, I think. Anakin. Okay, so those are the later ones that were released in like the late 90s. Yes. So those are um, not my favorites. so so yeah, I would go back to the original ones. Those are the ones that I'm pretty hardcore about. Um, but yeah, I enjoyed my Star Wars. Like when I said that I worked at Disney back in the day, they would have, yeah, people have a lot of opinions, I'm sure. I think it's whatever generation you were born into, right? That's probably, they make you so sad. And Dylan said they get more sad. I don't know if the original trilogy, if I consider them sad. They're just beautiful films, right? Beautiful, you know, kind of science fiction films. So, um, but I used to work, one of the places that I worked at the studios was Star Tours. And back in those days, they had jumpers that you would wear that looked like the Rebel pilots. Say they were orange. And um, yeah, the original ones, go for those. Those are definitely better. So we had these orange jumpsuits that we wore every day that looked just like, the Rebel pilots. And I really thought they were very flattering. You wouldn't think a giant orange jumpsuit would be very flattering for that. They've since changed the costumes, so they're not as true to the original films anymore. Now they're like blue and orange, and they don't look as nice. But yeah, I enjoyed watching I enjoyed wearing my little orange jumpsuit, and it was interesting because then like when you go into work, um, you would walk past like a lot of the things in the queue, like C3PO and R2D2 and certain things. It's Dinos the Devil. You're making a special appearance. We're kind of off on your time zone, right? You actually just saw on Instagram today that they showed how they hand painted all of the original. Yeah, they did so many manual effects. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. So nice to see you, Dinos the Devil. How are you doing? Yes, that was a lot of fun, Carl's Jr. 9 p.m. at the moment. Okay, we're not so bad then. Not so bad. Well, welcome. I'm so glad that you made some time for us today. That's very nice of you. How is everything going for you? Let's see. Oh, I'm going to stick with this one for a little bit. Yes. So it could be a lot of fun. There was a lot of things that were fun there. Just a lot of, they had a lot of the characters were wandering around at the time, like Chewbacca, he was wandering around. Nina's the Devil, I'm doing good. I was about to play World of Warcraft, but since I caught your live, I might draw. Nice. Thanks. I love it because now I know there's actually several people out there that are working on something while you're hanging out with me. So that's very nice. Yes, you're welcome to stay as long as you want and draw. That would be super cool. Um, Chewbacca used to wander around quite a bit, and I think I mentioned this before on my stream, but at the studios, they're not allowed to take their costumes off if you're walking around because they don't, or like just in normal areas, you have to go into a building that's designated for that because they don't want kids to see anything. And so Chewbacca used to just come down and like sit in the break room and watch TV because it was like Jerry Springer on. And so that was really funny, I thought, that he's just sitting there on the sofa watching TV. But yeah, there was some beautiful moments too. Like I remember there were, sometimes they would do things for like Give Kids the World, which is like a wish program for children who are suffering from something terminal. And one of the wishes that I remember they had was this little kid that wanted to come in and ride Star Tours with all of the Star Wars characters. And so it's the only time back then that I ever saw all of the characters dressed up. And I remember they all came in at one time, and they had a cabin that was reserved specifically for them, and they got to ride it with that family. So that was really beautiful to see, I remember. So there's lots of nice things that I remember from that kind of thing. All right, so I'm just going to go around this area a little bit, and then what we're going to do next is I think I'm going to actually just flip these upside down and just see how they are. And again, that helps to kind of clarify things for my brain, to make sure that I'm not missing any shapes, because remember I said I was missing some over here that I thought were not quite correct. So let's just do that. Well, we have a pretty good base on these right now, I think. Spam for dinner and the OG trilogy is the plan. Is that right? I've truly changed your plan? I'm so glad. I hope, and Carl's Jr. too. I hope we haven't steered you wrong, but I think that you would enjoy the original trilogy, QP. So... Yeah, the original trilogy, again, I think I've mentioned this before, but when my husband and I met and we first started dating, that was actually re-released in the theater in 1997. Carl's Jr., let's go QP. That was re-released in the theaters in 1997, and we went to see, every month they would release another one. So I think it was either January, February, and March, or February, March, April. I think it was January, February, March. And we went to see them all as they came out. So those were some of our first dates back then. Crazy, right? All right, so we're just going to flip all of these upside down, and that will make it easier for me to work that way. And we're going to flip the photo upside down. 1997, you remember you were -5 years old. Oh my goodness, Dinos the Devil, you made me feel old. That's okay though. I accept what I am. So, but yes, that was great fun. And I actually still have my ticket stubs, my paper ticket stubs from those. So yeah, I kind of save things in that way. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually mix up just a slightly darker color. And I want to go in here while this is upside down, and I just want to try to kind of edge out around some of these shapes just a bit. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to mix my blue with my dark red and my yellow, which is the same color combination that I just used, but this is going to be, you're yet to be 24. Well, that is definitely young, and enjoy it. But and you were born in 97, Carl's Jr. My goodness. Well, I hope that all of my crazy stories are entertaining for you then. So, and I hope that you guys feel just, comfortable to come and hang out and make your stuff in here. Because, yeah, I'm kind of I am who I am. I'm a nerdy artist, and I've been around for a while. So, all right. So I'm going to go in here with this darker color. These are the same colors that I just mixed up. Oh, I did have a question for you, Dinos the Devil, just because I was thinking about your project that you were trying to make. And I was wondering, you said, I remember, that you had budgeted or you had estimated a certain cost. And I was wondering, just a random question, if you had ever considered painting on panel as opposed to canvas. So, so that was one thing that I thought might make things more affordable for you to tackle at some point, if you ever wanted to. All right, so I'm just going to go in here, just going to try to address some of these areas that need to be more in shadow and also help to clarify some of my shapes. So you aren't old, girl. Thanks, Carl Jr. I appreciate it. You know what? I feel like I I wouldn't want to be anywhere different than what I am right now. How's that? I like the way that I think now. I like the way that I understand life now. And so I think I'm good with it. And you know, that just comes with time. All right, so this is much better already. We're just going in here, and like I said, when I turn these things upside down, what happens is it helps me to see the shapes more objectively. So it helps me to see that, you know, because again, I've said I'm not painting an ice cream cone or 3 ice cream cones here, right? I'm painting abstract shapes. And so when I turn this upside down, it helps me to see all these little abstract shapes much more objectively than I would otherwise. So this is really going to help me to kind of define all of these little nuts in here, to already have outlined this shadow a bit better in here. And again, this color looks really dark, but this is the same color mix that this is. It's just in different proportions. So let me just see what Dino's the Devil here. That's something interesting, but you have no idea how to work on panel. You've always worked on canvas, by the way. I remembered I made a TikTok video once where you covered a canvas in pinkish because it was a training canvas with some kind of stuff on it. But you haven't made anything on TikTok for, you hate social media. Yeah, I understand. I go through periods where I hate social media too. Back to the panel. You could try to find something small to learn on. Yeah, so I know that you are, you know, not in the US, but, you know, the thing that I painted on when I was in college was birch. I don't know if they have birch panel where you are. That would be the most affordable and the most trustworthy to paint on if you weren't going to buy something that was already made. So like this is a masonite panel that I'm painting on now. Sometimes I paint on birch panels that I buy straight from companies that prepare them. But birch is, and again, I'm not the expert on this, but you could look at it. Birch is a good panel because it doesn't warp as easily, and it doesn't leach like sap, acid, whatever into, but you have to still seal it. So you could look up how to do that to seal the birch panels, or you could find a company maybe that makes them. I know your project was quite large, so if you were going to do something very large, part of that expense comes from, you'd still have to have braces on the back of the panel to keep it from warping. But it might be worth just checking into it. You can also find sometimes locally. At one time I had somebody local who made me panels, really big panels. And so I still had to seal them with the proper materials after that. But the construction of him actually building the panel and then building the braces that go on the back, yeah, you can certainly check to see if they sell something at an art store, or like I said, maybe even a local woodmaker or of some kind, or even another artist who sometimes, you know, works on panel. So there's different options that you could explore. I do think it could make things much more affordable for you. You can, if you really wanted to DIY it, you could go to like a hardware store and actually just buy straight birch. They do sell it. Local will be tough. There's mostly farmers around here. Okay, well that I understand. That might be a little bit hard. I was going to say that you can, at least here in the States, you can buy birch panels at like Home Depot, if they're the good quality ones, Birch or Home Depot or Lowe's or something, some kind of big box store, and then just cut it to size. But again, you would need to, for large sizes, build braces for it. Anyway, it was just a thought that that there might be another. There's always a way. There's always a way to find something that can work for you, even if we have to maybe not, you know, go for the top of the line stuff that we want. As long as you make it structurally sound, so that it endures the test of time, there's probably a way. All right, so we're just going around here. Got my sharp little point on this brush, which this is called a liner brush. And again, I don't use brushes that are marketed for acrylics. I use brushes, be careful buying from that Home Depot. They have warped wood. Well, I haven't bought from Home Depot in a really long time, but I really appreciate that. That's a good tip. They have warped wood. Is that right? Even the birch? It's been a really long time since I bought anything from them. But yes, I don't use actual watercolor brush, or excuse me, acrylic brushes. I use watercolor brushes because they're much more easy to control. No idea. Okay, well, yes, no worries. I mean, there's certainly other places that you could look that might even just be, you know, maybe just smaller home stores that aren't, you know, part of the big box stuff. But I appreciate the tip, Grandura. Thank you. So I think the watercolor brushes are a lot easier to control myself. Again, I'm gonna just see in here because I'm just getting a little bit lost in my shapes, and I want to make sure that I don't do that. Can I send you the link of the video I talked about? You'll be able to see some stuff I did last year. So I don't remember if my husband has kept the links in the site active. If he has, then sure, feel free, but I'm gonna have to check it after the I have no paper. What should I do? Yes, and so Dinos, you can try to put the link in, but I'll have to check it when I'm done because I don't want to mess up the whole screen thing that he has set up for me here. And you have no paper, what should you do? So are you truly asking for what you should actually paint on or draw on? Because there are options always. Okay, I got the link. So I will check that later, Dinos the Devil. Thank you so much. Okay, super. Yes, I will check that later. Thank you. If you are truly Grandura, you can actually, you have cardboard. There are, and I actually saw a video yesterday from someone, I don't remember their name. There are some amazing artists who make amazing things out of cardboard. And yes, lots of different things. There's one guy that I saw, he actually makes like sea sculptures. So they look like ocean scenes, completely out of cardboard that he paints. And so, you know, there's different purposes for everything, right? So, you know, cardboard is not going to have the long-lasting effect of something like this that's treated, but cardboard is awesome for experimentation, as Dinos has said. So, and you know, there's certain art forms where, you know, maybe your intention is not to have it last forever. Maybe it's just to try things out. So, so that is certainly, there's always a way. If you really want paper too, you might be able to find some recycled newsprint, and that's still a thing, I think, that you can probably find that's more affordable. And again, just good for experimentation, but there's always a way. I always think it's interesting to find out, you know, how other people um, make art. Yeah, Carl's Jr. How other people make art. And, you know, I've loved what I've seen people who use unconventional materials like coffee and actually will paint with coffee as if it was watercolor or tea or whatever. And so again, there's certain like archival, we call it, archival properties that get a little lost doing that kind of thing. But you know what, if you're just making stuff for yourself especially, then who cares? So just find the thing that allows you to make things and to make beautiful things. So. All right, so I'm gonna let that dry, I think. Let me visit this area down here. So I did skip this part, and I had said earlier that my shapes were just a little bit off down here. All right, so I'm going to go in here with a little bit of white and a little bit of yellow, and I'm just going to clean this up. Just a little bit. All right, much better. So we figured out our shapes. Some good practice. Let's see, what did you say? You were making... I think my husband has deleted you, so he's my mod. All right, so let's see what we can do here now. This one's pretty good shape, roughly speaking. This one and this one, these both have something that we have not addressed yet, right? So that is the ice cream. No, it's all right, QP. There's always going to be bad actors, right? But my husband is listening in on the other side. I think we try to give people the benefit of the doubt, right? I think we try. It's hard because, you know, you do that and then you think, okay, well, then I shouldn't trust anybody. But you know what? You still got to give people the benefit of the doubt. Try to be good. All right, so the thing that I haven't addressed yet is the ice cream. So I want to go ahead and try to do that real quick. So for my ice cream, how would I start? So you look at this and you think, okay, well, maybe you would go ahead and start to paint in these shadows and whatever. And that's actually not what I do. You mod on bears. Oh, you do? I might have to implement you in case he's busy sometime then. Better on the anxiety side with starting me better on the anxiety side of things with people coming in. Yeah. It is what it is. I'm going to mix up a color that's actually what I call a mid-tone. And so this is going to be kind of a warm, almost a bluish base, I suppose. And then I'm going to work back in with the darker areas into that and the lighter areas over it. So I don't want to paint the whole thing super dark. That's not how I work. I don't want to paint the whole thing super light and try to paint the shadows in. That's very, very difficult. So instead, I'm going to pick the middle ground and try to work backwards and forwards from that middle ground. So, so let's go ahead and mix up a color. I'm going to take my blue. And again, I'm keeping all of my warm colors for right now, and then we'll move on from that. So blue with a little bit of red and a little bit of yellow. That's a little bit too much. And we're just going to get kind of a nice, I'm going to try to anyway, kind of a nice middle ground color. that I think gives me the workability to go up and down. I think this is a little dark for my liking. So we're just gonna, instead of trying to mix color into the whole thing, I'm just gonna take a piece of it and try to adjust that. And then this other color might be sufficient for my shadow. So I think that will work. So just keep in mind that this is just an initial pass. And what I'm going to do is let this dry and then come back to it. And then we're going to build it up and down so that it really takes on form, okay? All right. I think that's pretty good. And again, I can go over this whole thing, and can you see I can still see my lines in here. White is a struggle for me, so I'm locked in. Yeah, I think it's very easy to start out too light. So I try to go, like I said, I try to err a little darker on the middle ground so that I give myself plenty of room to work. And that, again, came with, just doing this a bunch of times before I figured that out, because I certainly started much too light on a few occasions. So it's going to look a little funky right now, but when we come back and we give ourselves that working space, it will be much, much better. But I can see, like, I don't have to worry about preserving all of these little details that I have painted in here for my shapes, because I definitely start too light. One of my most consistent critiques in school was my shadows weren't dark enough. Yes, you kind of have to give yourself room to be bold. And so if you start out too light or even too dark, it's very hard to recover from that. But I think if you start with a middle ground, some people will actually start on toned paper or toned canvas, and that kind of is a good way to get you to start with a middle ground. So maybe you would take whatever your base color is that you want, and you would just paint the whole panel that color before you even put your drawing in there. And so that is a good way to kind of overcome that. I'm just going to let that dry. We're going to go in and do this one. I want this one to lean a little bit more, just a bit more red. I can see the way the light is hitting it is a little bit different. And so just change it just a little bit. Again, we're going to try to keep these relatively consistent among the three paintings, but we gotta adjust a little bit because they are slightly different in terms of how the light is going to hit them. And again, I can just paint, as long as I use a little bit of medium, in there to thin out my paint a little bit, I can just paint right over these other shapes. Even if I don't, the paint is still translucent enough that I can still paint over the shapes and still be able to see them, but I like the medium. It just thins it out just a little bit more, just enough for my liking. I think ice cream is actually a really good training ground for doing this kind of thing, because I always have really dark areas and really light areas, and so it kind of forces me to learn about both of those. And like I said, I've done a lot of ice creams now, so I don't know, 150-ish, something like that. So it's much easier now for me, but definitely still a good learning experience to do this. But even at this stage, I still consider this sort of to be my drawing stage. I mean, it really kind of is still. I'm just going a little heavier on this side with the more bluish color. It's still kind of my drawing stage. I'm not worried a whole lot that I'm not, having this be really clean yet. So I just am trying to block in all of my shapes and colors, and then I'll go in and refine stuff. I'm just going to clean up that edge a little bit where I went a little bit too much over. But again, I just like to have sort of close colors down everywhere to start, like we are doing right now, and then I can go in and really, refine all of this afterwards. I guess one reason why it always baffles me for the people who do paint in what they say is like a direct painting style from left to right is I just feel like it's very mechanical and it doesn't leave much room for change. So if you mess something up early on, like that's just kind of it. You messed it up and now you're struggling to fix it. If you instead treat this like, again, I might be a little odd with this, but if you treat your painting like an evolving drawing and that just changes a little bit each time, then the commitment to each layer of paint doesn't feel so dramatic and feels like you can, again, work with it and kind of undo it if you need to. Maybe your shapes are off or whatever. Maybe you just want to try to get some more life into the piece. But I think that it just makes it look, I just think the process for me works a lot better when I try to do it this way rather than when I try to complete like a tiny little section and then move to the next section and move to the next section, move to the next section. If I work on the whole thing at once in layers, that's a lot more conducive to me arriving at something that eventually looks super realistic. So again, like if you look at this drip here, so it's very rough, right? But I can go in now on the next layer. After this dries, I can go in and make this shadow right around here, which isn't so dramatically different from this, and that will be very reasonable to approach. And then I can go in with a lighter color right here and bring that up, and then suddenly I have 3 parts of the form of that curvature of this drip. So that's just, again, I don't consider myself a teacher. I'm happy to share what I do, but you can take the parts that you think are useful for you and dismiss the rest. but I do at the very least hope that you enjoy seeing the process of things. All right, so we've got all three of these now pretty much roughed in, except for the cones. And so what I want to do next is to try to, again, what I want to do, I have all these initial shapes down in my cones, but I want to try to get the color, because all I have right now is these are in burnt umber, and so they're just my monochromatic underpainting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix up what I consider to be the mid-tone for my cone and apply that to all three. And as I do that, I'm going to take one of my brushes and use, again, what's called a regressive technique, and try to just pull a little bit of the paint out as I go to try to increase the sense of form. So you'll see what I mean in a minute. I want to make sure I have a nice clean paper towel for myself, because this one's getting a little bit yucky because it's a little bit wet right now. So I'm going to go ahead and take, again, I'm sticking with this warm base of colors for right now, which is just my dark blue, my cadmium red, and my yellow. And so I'm going to mix up a color that is mostly that red, that cadmium red and yellow, with just a bit of my blue. And so I'm going to try to get something, I want a little bit more yellow in there. And I actually think I'm even going to add a little bit of white. I'm kind of a non-traditionalist in that way. Even people who glaze typically still don't add white, but I do on occasion. Not always, but in this particular case. And the reason that they try to avoid adding white is because it does make things look a little bit chalky. But in this case, it does also help to bulk up my color just a little bit. So I think for right now, that's okay. Let's just see how this looks. That's a little bit too red, so we need more yellow in there. And I don't have a grand plan. I just put things down until I see what's right, and I just keep building up my layers. You're still a little bit off. I don't mind smudging the color in there as opposed to removing it, though, because I feel like that just kind of adds to the development of the color underneath. I don't want a big blotch of it, but that actually looks pretty nice there. So let's just see. All right, so this color feels a little bit more like what I'm looking for, but I think that I need to maybe thin it down a little bit. So let's just see. There we go. All right, so we're just gonna put this all over the cone here. And again, I'm thinking in layers, right? So I'm not thinking about how this is gonna be just, 5 minutes from now. I'm thinking about how it's gonna be 5 layers from now. So I just need this base color down, and you can see when I glaze, because I have the glaze thinned out just enough, I can still see all my shapes under there that I've already put on. I am going to work on this in 2 sections because there's this nice divide right down here where the cone kind of meets the other half and folds over, and I want to be able to work on it in a way that is going to work before it dries. I am going to clean up this edge just a little bit. Just right down here. I do go around my paintings with several coats of white paint in the end, and so that helps to obviously clean up stuff like this. But I try to get as much of it as off as I can early on because I don't want it to be too difficult later on. All right, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to put this on just this side. And then I'm going to take this liner brush that I had. This is the pointy one. I'm going to go ahead and clean my other brush off because I don't want it to dry on there. And then I'm going to take my liner brush and I'm going to dip it into my medium. And I'm going to clean off this while it's still wet. some of these places where I know that the highlights need to come in. I think my lawn guy's here. Sorry about that. All right, and so what I'm doing is just trying to pay attention on here to where my most extreme highlights are. And I'm going to remove it. I always remove it with medium, and then I always rinse my brush off just to get that extra paint that I've taken off. So medium. So again, it's just about thinking in layers. And look what a difference this makes just from that one little glaze from here to here, and then wiping this off. It suddenly takes on so much more form. It's weird that I get so excited about this, right? I do, though. So you're just going to wipe it off. Again, this is called a regressive technique. And you can use it for all sorts of things, but I mean, I think the biggest thing is just if you're able to use it in a way that can help you create form in your paintings without trying to directly paint all of the form. It's just a really useful tool. So now, like I've done this, when I come back and do another glaze, which I will, then it will suddenly be able to take on even more form, because I will be able to still retain all of this shape under here that I've already laid out. So I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything in these highlights here that I want to get. I don't have to get everything. I can directly paint back into this, but this is just a lot easier. So again, I'm gonna let that one dry. I'm gonna come back to this color. We'll glaze it in on this side now, and we'll just do this as a big block right over all these shapes that we've already outlined. So when I go thin enough with this, I can still see everything underneath. Right? I can see all those little boxes that make up the cone. And this is still very early stage. It is. But it's such a useful stage. So when I do this, then, you know, I'm gradually adding the form. So I'm going to take again my other brush with a little bit of medium and just go back in right along these places where I know the light is hitting, and just wipe them off. And so what will happen is it stains it slightly. What is happening? Somebody is rating me with a party of 49. Oh my gosh, my nerves are gonna be on edge. That's so nice though. Be at Easel, thank you so much. That's very kind. We're the trash men. We come out, we throw art all over the ring. Nice. Welcome everyone. I appreciate it so much. That's so very nice. Thank you so much. Just watching Jake. Thank you so much, Be It Easel. That is really, really nice of you. Welcome, everyone. If you haven't been here before, just watching beautiful work. Thanks so much. Oh, just watching Jake recommended me. That's so nice. Thank you so much to both of you then. That's very, very kind. I really appreciate it. Welcome, everyone. My name is Kim, and I am a realistic painter, and I am relatively new to Twitch, so I appreciate you tuning in. And you're welcome to chat or just enjoy and watch the process. We are working on 3 little pieces today. Right in here, we're telling a sequential story of the ice cream. And yeah, we're gonna try to punch this up so it gets really realistic. You've been lurking for a while just watching Jake. That's really nice. It's nice to know you're out there. Thank you so much. So what we're doing right now is this is called a regressive technique. So what I've done is I put a glaze on here that's just this color mixed with a lot of acrylic glazing medium. And then I'm taking another brush that just has medium on it and I'm wiping it off. And that's going to help me build out some of this form. So this is a very early stage of the painting, but it really helps me to just start to get form without actually trying to paint every part of it directly. Because that is a pain. So I try to do this as much as I can through my painting process. All my paintings are made up of generally somewhere between 6 and 12 layers of paint. And so it's like the rise and fall of the Roman Empire, but with ice cream. Yes, that's exactly it. Thanks very much. Yes, I guess it depends on what order you put them in, right? So yeah, it tells a story one way or another. So we're just gonna go in here and just remove some of the paint. It really does help. And then the next time I come back through, because again, I put lots and layers of paint on here. The next time I come back through, then I'll have even more form to work with. So if you've never been here before, I really welcome you. Please follow. I'm a pretty charming person and I'm starting to develop a nice little community of artists in here, which is pretty nice. I've been a professional artist. I do this full time for about 12 years. And before that, I spent a few years as the editor of a small art magazine. And I have a lot of stories from my time when I worked at Disney World when I was really young. So I hope you'll stick around. We're going to try to punch these up and see how far we can get today, and then maybe tomorrow be at a semi-decent point with things so that we can continue on with other projects after that. So try to be pretty efficient when I can. Sometimes I don't get quite as much done as I want to. Isn't that the way of things? But Cody Cameron 82, you will love the art community here on Twitch. Everybody is so nice so far. Everybody's really been so nice, Cody Cameron. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it's so nice to know that everybody is so kind, and there's been a lot of wonderful artists that I've seen on here, and a lot of people that just hang out in here and tell me about their projects. So everybody is always welcome if you're an artist, just to tell me about your projects. I love hearing about what people are working on. And apologies, my lawn guy just happens to be here right now, so that is the noise that's in the background. All right, so we're going to do this again on the next cone. Are you ready? So we're going to let this one dry. Again, this is a layering process. We just move on, let them dry, flip around between the 3. So, oops, that's the wrong image. So let's go back to this one. We're going to take this same color. I'm going to take my flat brush, and we're going to do this with my glazing medium before this dries. So again, I want to try to work in sections because I want this to be workable and not dry out on me before I get to the whole thing. So since I have this nice little division in the cone, I'm just going to go in there. All right, so we have a nice base coat on that. I'm going to take just a little bit of it off because I don't want it to be real heavy. Just want a nice thin coat. And I do this, like I said, lots and lots of layers. So Be at Easel, thank you so much. That's so kind. Came in with the Raid Christmas cat looking awesome. Thank you so much. That's very, very kind. Well, Be at Easel, that was so nice of you. Thank you so much. And I will certainly reciprocate next time. So thank you again. I appreciate it. All right, so we have that coat in. Thank you so much. And I'm going to go in and I'm just going to try, I'm going to switch brushes here actually. Let's go with this one. So again, we just put a little bit of medium on there and we try to essentially wipe off what we've done just in strategic places. You do abstract art yourself and, thank you, Cupie. You do abstract art yourself and when you add color to them, you use colored pencils. Nice. Nice. Very cool, Cody Cameron. Very, very cool. I have not used colored pencils, not in a very, very long time. But I think that people can do beautiful things actually in that way. I've seen a lot of beautiful things that way. Okay, so again, we're just going to go in. I just wanted to clean up that edge. Just going to strategically wipe some of this off before it dries, and that will help to build out our form. So Cupie is so nice. She shared my website, and if you haven't seen my stuff, I try to go really, really realistic. So I have a lot of food paintings, a lot of ice cream. I do a lot of ice cream, but some other things that I've done, which are a really fun cookie series where I baked giant gingerbread models and sugar cookie models and painted them in a trompe-l'oeil style, which if you don't know what that is means to fool the eye in French. And so I paint them to look super realistic. So they are a lot of fun. My gingerbread neighborhood is over there and it is 4 feet long. My painting that was a gingerbread neighborhood. It took me 400 hours to paint. And so yeah, so I appreciate it if you would check that out. So we're gonna just go in here. Again, just strategically remove some of this. All right, and let's do the next part here. You know, I'm on here 4 days a week, but it's not that much. I think the lawn guy could have come at a different time, huh? I think he wants to know what I'm doing. So. All right, so we're just going in here and we're putting lots of layers on. This layer you can see when I add this on, because I've thinned it out with a lot of, the long guy adds to the ambiance. Thanks, I appreciate the encouragement, so thank you. Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't usually take this long. I don't have a very big yard. Anyway, so I'm just putting this layer on, and then you can see, if you're looking, when you work in glazing methods, that you can see all of the shapes, right? So I'm putting this color over the entire thing kind of haphazardly, but I can see all of the shapes from the previous layer that I've put in. So then what I'm going to do again is go in and try to wipe part of it off. So I'm just trying to gradually build out my form by adding lots of thin layers of paint. And I try to describe this, I described it earlier, but I try to describe this as, for me, the difference in my paintings. Some of them really glow. Some of them really look like they're glowing. And the reason is because it's the difference of having, you know, a dozen sheets of colored plastic sitting on top of each other versus looking at a piece of construction paper. And so I want my paintings to look like the sheets of plastic sitting on top of each other, so the light actually moves through the paint and then bounces back at the viewer. So that's a little hard to see online, but it's how I roll. So anyway, I'm going to take this other brush and I'm just going to put a little bit of painting medium on it, and I'm just going to wipe it off. again, in these strategic areas to help me build out this form. So this is a much easier way to do that rather than trying to directly paint everything. Just build up your shapes and then wipe pieces away. So I always use my medium. I don't use water to do this. And I'm just trying to pay attention, and I got to work kind of fast, trying to pay attention to where the light is hitting my subject. But I do have to work kind of fast because the paint does dry, even with the medium in it. Once I get, farther along as I am, the paint dries pretty quickly. And so I just want to try to get it off just in enough time that I can move on to this third piece and still be able to use what I have on my palette. So I paint in a pretty, I'll say, aggressive way, but in terms of it being quickly, but my paintings do take me quite a long time because I really do aim for a lot of realism. Again, I appreciate everybody who has stopped in, who came in from the raid. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. It really means a lot because I've only been doing this for a few weeks, and I have a little bit of performance anxiety, so I appreciate it though. Appreciate all of the kindness of the community. So when you come in, I want you to feel like you are welcome to lurk, you are welcome to chat, you're welcome to ask me questions, and you're also welcome to share your own work. So if you're an artist or a writer or a musician, please feel free to chat and share what you do. I mentioned that I used to be an art magazine editor years ago, and so I come by it honestly. I truly like to know what other people are doing. But I also want this to just be a place where people feel comfortable to come in and work on their own projects. And, if you just want to come in and enjoy, if you don't feel like you're a creative person, but you just like to watch other creatives, you are certainly welcome here as well. So it's me opening my metaphorical door for you to hang out in my studio. And like I said, I'm here 4 days a week now doing this, but I paint or do other parts of my art business a lot more than that each week. So is Art Twitch royalty? Is that right? Just watching Jake? I'm going to have to check him out. So that's really nice. And that was very kind. So I appreciate you bringing them over and recommending me Just Watching Jake. That was really very nice of you. What kind of art does Be It Easel do? I should have asked that. I get so worked up. the dank Oreo. I get so worked up. I do get a little bit of performance anxiety still. Eventually I'm hoping that will taper off, but for right now I still get a bit. All right, so we're just going in, and I feel like I kind of missed something in here, so that's something I want to make sure I correct before I get too far along. And I don't know if you can see. Let's see here. I think that's what I've done. So this should go to here. This should go to here. Oh, he does hyper-realism, is that right? I'm going to have to go check it out. So that's very, very cool. Well, again, thank you so much, Jake. I appreciate it. It means a lot that you felt like he was able to come over here, and it's okay, you're still a Twitch baby. Thanks, QP. That you felt comfortable enough to invite people over here. That means a lot to me. Thank you. So I just want to make sure, because I said before, it gets really easy to get lost in your shapes, right? So I want to make sure that I'm not missing something in here, and I feel like my shapes are just a little bit off, and I just want to make sure that I'm getting them right, because it would really suck if I screwed them up right now and I wasn't able to come back from it. So I'm going to just blur these out. There we go. That's better. All right, so what we do then again is we just move on to the next one and we let this dry. So I'm just going to clean this up a little bit more and then I'm going to let this dry. Oh, that's very nice, Jake. Thanks very much. All right, so we're going to let this one dry. We have two where we have the bases on, so that's pretty good. Pretty good start. And we just need to get this third one on, and I need to get this on before this little bit of paint dries on my palette so that I have a similar-ish color on here. So I do paint a lot of ice cream, and a little bit of that is, you know, driven by my my clientele. They like ice cream. So I do paint a lot of ice cream, but I do paint some other things too. And like I said, I started this cookie series last year that I really love, and that is something that I want to continue to pursue because I love painting trompe l'oeil. So that's really fun for me, and it's very imaginative. I like being able to kind of create a world of my own that I can put on the canvas, or on the panel. I don't paint on canvas, but these are just nice. Ice creams are nice, solid exercises, and they are something that I think I can make really beautifully. And I think that they have some kind of nostalgic quality to them. So that's really what I aim to do. I aim to create things that are happy and nostalgic for people. Alright, so we have just enough paint to do this one. Again, we're going to let it dry after I wipe some of this off. And we'll be in pretty good shape for today. Work back through these other ones then. So let's just take this off. Again, I'm just wiping it off. Always use the medium. Don't use the water because they don't want to break down the acrylic bond. So I try to keep my paintings really, really structurally sound. And so every layer of paint has medium in it. That also helps to have kind of a beautiful translucent quality, but certainly it helps to strengthen the painting as well. The long guy finally left, so that's good. It's funny because I used to, I talk on here often that I used to live in Florida. I used to live in Central Florida, and my husband worked at Disney for about 20 years, and I worked there for a few years during and outside of college, just outside of college. And nobody would do their lawns in the day. Nobody mowed their lawns in the middle of the day. That was a big no-no. I tried a couple times, and I felt like I was going to pass out. It's very, very hot. So yeah, that's something that I would not have planned for today. But anyway. But sometimes I talk about like the various weird things that I did there, and I used to actually do caricatures and silhouettes in the theme parks. Also very hot, by the way. But one thing that I learned doing those jobs was efficiency. So even though my paintings do take me quite a long time by the time all is said and done, I did learn that I have to be very efficient to be able to do my work and be able to make a living from it, because if I don't, I simply won't be able to produce enough. So you're still lurking, Cupie, but your partner's home. Nice. Thank you so much. I appreciate you letting me know, Cupie. And Cupie's gonna watch, I think, the first 3 episodes, or the original trilogy of Star Wars tonight. I think we talked her into it because yeah, we were talking about that earlier, and I don't think she's ever seen the original trilogy of Star Wars. She saw the later ones. I'm not a big fan of the later ones, but anyway. So yeah, I used to, I worked at Animal Kingdom as a caricature artist, and we only had 3 minutes to do one. 3 minutes to draw a face, 6 minutes to draw a color face, and 9 minutes to draw a full body. And so, you know, we worked on commissions. And so that really taught me, that was the first time that really taught me how to basically time myself for how I was making my art. And so, yeah, it was a very good learning experience in that way. All right, so I think we've got these sufficiently, you know, pretty good. Let's just move them over here to take a glance at them. So these are sufficiently even at this stage, right? So I think I need to go back, and we're going to move on to this first one again. So the full cone, so we'll just flip over to that one. And what I always do is I don't have a grand plan. I wish I did. But what I try to do is I try to look at my painting and say, what do I need to do next that's going to make me feel encouraged to move on to the next step? And so I like to see something that visually encourages me. So if I look at this, I think that the thing that I need to do the most probably is the next layer on my chocolate. So let's go ahead and do that. And again, we work in lots and lots of layers, so this will certainly not be the last layer on the chocolate, but it will be a good one, I think. So I have this very warm base. This was created from using these 3 colors, which are my warm blue, my warm red, and my warm yellow. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try to cool this down just a little bit, and I'm going to switch to these colors down here. So I still only use 1 yellow. I'm kind of lazy that way. But I'm going to switch, and I'm going to try to use this, which is a much brighter but also a much cooler red. This, which is a much brighter but also a much cooler blue, and a little bit of my yellow still. And I'm going to try to create a color, and I am going to put a little bit of white in there. I'm going to try to create a color that essentially helps me to add to the form of the piece. So let's just see if I can do that. And again, I just kind of mix until I feel like I get to something that's going to work. I think I need a bit more red in there and a bit more blue. Okay. So what I want to do is I don't want to jump to the end too quickly. I want to make sure that I'm building this up gradually, like I think in layers, right? So if I build this up too fast to the highlighted level, then suddenly I have to worry about pushing everything back. So I'm just trying to build this up slightly. So let's see, that looks pretty good, I think. I'm a little partial, but I think that looks pretty good. Maybe a tad bit more red in there, but not much. And I'm just going to apply this strategically, not over the whole thing, but in a way that I think starts to build out the form just a little bit. Already that looks a lot better. Okay, so I'm just going to keep going with that. One thing I really don't like in my pieces is I don't like brush strokes. So I really aim to hide them. It's one reason why I use the watercolor brushes. That's one reason why I use the glazes. And you will see as I go that I use this weird, I call it a stippling technique in my later layers in particular. It's going to be a little bit tougher on this one because it is a smaller piece. But basically I have a very rough brush, and to hide my layers, I will essentially not use brush strokes at all. I will simply stipple over the top. So I want to go in here and just kind of add this little highlight here. And So this particular highlight shows where the cone is underneath the chocolate. And so what I want to do is, again, I want to try to create form. I always say that I'm not painting ice cream, right? I'm painting a bunch of abstract shapes. And so what I want to do is be able to see that all of those abstract shapes can come together in the end and create something that looks like a real object. So I'm aware that this is a cone and that this is how this is formed here, but really what I'm trying to look at is just the abstract shape. So again, that's part of the reason why I try to often turn things sideways and upside down, because it helps me to see things much more objectively than it would otherwise. So I'm just going to go in here again. And all my layers are just a bit translucent. Like I said, I usually have somewhere between 6 and 12 layers on every part of my painting. This is only about layer 5 right now. And so as I go, you will be able to see essentially all of the layers of paint. If you look really closely at my painting, all of the layers of paint come through all of the other ones. So I think it adds much more to the realistic quality and to the visual interest of the piece. But that's just me. All right, so I'm going to just clean up this one edge and then we're going to move on to the next one. So again, I'm working on the 3 of these simultaneously because I want to try to tell this short little visual story, and I also want to make sure that my colors in doing so sort of match up. So let's switch back. This one's a little bit different, right? This one's partially eaten, so again, I want to pay attention to where the light is hitting it. Again, if it's your first time here, welcome. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. We talk about all kinds of crazy stuff in here sometimes. Sometimes we just talk about art. So I've been a professional artist for, like I said, about 12 years. I have a gallery that sells my ice creams, and I try to produce, as many paintings as I can. But mostly I just try to stay true to what my vision is. So that's what I aim to do. Every piece contributes to everything else, whether I'm painting the ice creams or painting my cookie pieces. I will also occasionally talk about my little garden. I have a little garden in my kitchen and I have a little garden in my backyard. And I have a baby groundhog that comes down to visit me. And so I named him Houdini because he gets into these wonderful spots that he should not be able to get into. But it is a nice hobby for me, and my hope is that someday I will be able to share my successes and failures with you, because I think that all creative people should have the freedom to be able to have the resources that they need to create, and I think that learning to grow a few things here and there can actually help with that. So I'm kind of a daydreamer that way. So this is nice. This is starting to build out this form just a little bit. I'm going to come down in here, just kind of try to go. You can see when chocolate, lays on another surface, it kind of casts this reddish tinge right against that edge. So that's all I'm trying to do, is just get that initial reddish tinge. Again, I don't blend my acrylics like a traditional painter, but I do get the same effect by layering stuff. So So I just want to try to pay attention to how the light is hitting my piece, how it's hitting all these little crevices in here. And I'll come back and clean all this up, but as much as I can get done in each stage, that's what I'm going to do. And it looks a lot better already. I get pretty excited about that, actually. When something little just suddenly makes everything start to look a little bit better. So I mentioned that I painted those giant, well, some of them were giant, cookie paintings last year. I do paint giant ice creams on occasion as well. The largest that I did was 5 feet, and I finished that at the same time that I finished that very large gingerbread neighborhood painting that I did, which was 4 feet, and super complicated. And so I was in a painting trance for about 2 months at the end of last year. But if you haven't seen my work, I would encourage you to go over and check out my website. My ice cream cone was a 5-foot tall fudge ripple. It's crazy. It took me 2 years to do in bits and pieces here and there because it was so overwhelmingly large. But it was definitely an experience. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful piece. All right, so that's pretty good on that. It's just a nice base. This is actually darker up here, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. I'm going to flip this upside down real quick, just because, again, that helps me to kind of double check myself and see if there's anything else that I can do at this stage. Your brain, wants to fill in the gaps. It wants to simplify things. So this is a way that I combat that, because one reason why people tend to err on the side of drawing like stick figures and things is because your brain wants to create symbols to improve its efficiency. And so when you're learning to draw or paint realistically, you have to find ways to basically challenge the way that your brain would default to. And so for me, this is a really good technique that I find. Just flipping it upside down helps me to see all these shapes. Again, we're painting abstract shapes and not ice cream cones, right? So it helps me to see all these shapes more objectively. I also, for anybody who's interested, I use a very limited palette. And that was something that I learned from years ago, interviewing an artist whose name was Mel Leipzig, and he was brilliant. And you can go Google him, but he only used, I believe, 7 colors. And I use a few more than that, but not many. And I think that making color mixes is something that keeps paintings to look cohesive, rather than trying to use, I'll say, realistic paintings. It helps realistic paintings to look cohesive. I don't want to speak for abstract artists, but so I try to use a very limited palette. And all my dark colors I mix myself too. I don't use black. So I don't think that black tends to look very flat when it is applied directly from the tube. So I mix all my blacks from blues and browns. What I'm hoping, though, is this piece or these 3 pieces, I'm kind of thinking I've not done something like this before, so this was a bit of an experiment. And I think that when you experiment with something, it's really good to start small because you don't quite know how it's going to come out, both for you and for the buying public. And so it's good to start small as practice runs. I used to actually I used to paint everything small. So back in the day when I started painting, I was what was called a daily painter. And so we would try to complete one small painting every day or two, and then put those up for sale in various places. And it was an excellent way to train my eye and my hand to work efficiently and to be able to achieve a really high degree of realism. So I lean into that, especially when I'm trying to be a little bit more experimental. Just because I can get it. It's very hard to commit to something that's huge if you don't know if it's going to come out right. So I would start small. That's something that I really do think works best. But I'm hoping that maybe these 3 pieces, because they're all related, if they come out okay, that they could all be framed on one single frame as opposed to separately. So that's really what I'm thinking, just so it tells just this very brief little story. But I'm very excited to start some of the next projects that I have. So I have this Neapolitan over here that I showed before. This is like partly done, and it's something that I'm gonna try to get to, I think Saturday, if I can, to see if I can really heighten it up. But one thing, I'll just point this out real quick. One thing that I want to point out is where I stopped on this. If you can see, like, it's coming along, but this vanilla part in here is really beautiful, and that is something that I really think if I can get everything in the painting to be elevated to that point, then that's my goal. The vanilla was beautiful. The rest of the painting is a little bit lacking. So I need to focus on that one place where I feel like it is something to aspire to, and take everything else up to that level. All right, so we're doing pretty good. We're gonna let those dry. I think I'm gonna come back to this one. So one thing I'm gonna do in here, and I'm just going to repeat this for anybody who is not able to hear this because I see there's an ad ending. So one thing I'm going to do in here, this is what I'm going to do next, is I'm going to go ahead and I put this ice cream layer down, right? And so I had this in here because it was a nice kind of mid-tone area. And so what I'm going to do is actually take a little bit of a shadow color, and I'm going to go into some of the areas where I want this to be a bit darker and try to create the form in there. And then I'm going to go back and I'm going to try to put in some highlights. So this is going to be a first pass on this, on doing this part of it anyway. Again, if it's your first time here, I welcome you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. And if you have any questions along the way, please feel free to ask. I don't consider myself a teacher per se, but I'm happy to share my process. When I started painting all those years ago, I came back to it after a very long absence. I graduated from college with a degree in art, but I was a pretty lousy artist, I thought. I don't think I learned the way that I wanted to learn to paint in school, and so I got real discouraged. And so I did say, I held those art jobs at Disney, and that was fun, but I wasn't able to do what I wanted to do, so I just thought I was a lousy artist. So I didn't paint for probably about 12 years, and then I eventually came back to it. And when I did, the way that I learned was simply to watch a lot of YouTube videos and read a lot of books. And so I did find that a lot of the information that I was looking for was hard to come across, and I found that sometimes people could be very reluctant to share. Shibbles art, we are. Well, aren't we happy you're back? That's so nice. Thank you so much. It's nice to see you. Yeah, so I felt like I felt pretty discouraged after college, and so I felt like when I came back to painting, I was so determined that I really wanted to be a painter that I just bought a bunch of books and I started reading, and then I would get up an hour early before work and I started painting, and that was how I got my start, and so you know, everybody's path is different, but what I mean was, I try to share whatever I can, because what medium do you use for glazing and slow drying? I've just been using a bit of water. So if you're using acrylic, I wouldn't use water if you can avoid it. This is golden acrylic satin glazing medium. And there's two different ones that they offer, which are a gloss one and a satin. So I always use the satin because I like to have a more matte-ish finish. There's a matte one too, I think, but it's straight matte. So I find the satin is like a happy medium between the two. But yeah, I don't like to use water. I feel like it doesn't give me enough control. I want everything to give me control. And also water is a little bit, it can be a little bit risky just in terms of just breaking down the bond on your acrylic a little bit too much. So you can certainly use it, and if you do it judiciously, but I think I would always get nervous with it. So I just try not to now. But yes, thank you for your question, Jake. And it only slows it down a little bit. There is actually another glazing medium that you can get, like a slow drying medium from Golden Acrylics, but I found that it slowed it down like way too much myself. So it slowed it down to the point I don't want my acrylics to be unworkable after a brief time. I want to be able to put the lots of glazes in sooner than later, so it gives me just enough time with the satin glazing medium. I also tried, there were open acrylics at some point that Golden was making, and again, everybody is different, so everybody's going to like different things, but I found that they would stay open and workable for like up to 24 hours, and I just found them to be tacky and just kind of not fun. They were not fun to work with, so I opt for simplicity. So that's where I use the satin glazing medium. So all I'm doing is going into this middle tone area that I've already put down, and I'm just building out some of my shadow shapes. And so by starting with something that's like in the middle, as opposed to starting really dark or really light, it lets me build in both directions. And again, I don't like worry. If you want to think of medium as being kind of like, you find acrylic really hard to work with, you used oil for a few years before starting acrylic. So yeah, I totally understand. It's a different animal. I started out in oils too. And so the transition can be hard, and I think that's one reason why I really leaned into the glazing approach as opposed to like a direct painting approach. So I don't like blend my acrylics the way a traditional artist would, and I try not to make them behave like oils. I try to just think of them in a completely different way. So it is a very difficult transition. One thing that can be helpful is, just to work in stages to learn how to use the acrylics. There's a really good book you can look at that is called Acrylics, the Watercolor Alternative, and you can learn to actually use acrylics as a watercolor method. You would need a watercolor surface, something that's absorbent enough to do it that way, but since you're already using water, that might work. And then once you get used to doing that, then you can kind of venture into using like the medium and painting more, you know, in a way that's, I guess, a little bit more like this. But, you know, I think the biggest thing is just experimentation. You just got to keep experimenting, right? That's what I did. I had a lot of painting failures, things that I think were really terrible. And my oil paintings, I will say, you know, they were nice. They looked nice, but the drying time was not conducive for me. You know, the risk of fuzz and other things, it just was not conducive. The cleanup was a pain, all those things. So I just didn't feel like I had a future in oils. But I figured out after a lot of practice how to make my acrylics behave in a way that I thought was even better than my oils did. So this is nice because then what it's allowing me to do is just build up these shapes just a little bit. I'm going to turn this again. I think I'm going to turn it this way. We're going to turn it and just check ourselves and make sure that there's nothing else that we need to do. Again, this is a very early stage, I want to emphasize. So everything is very, very rough right now. But if by the end of the day today, I can get my colors and my shapes relatively close to the neighborhood that I want them to be in, then by tomorrow I should be able to really start to work on my details. And that is the part that really takes the painting from being something that's, you know, okay, to something that is amazing. And I aim for amazing whenever I can. But yeah, you know, everything just takes practice. And I will say, you know, I started, like I've had paintings that I consider completely bad. There have been a number of them, you know, early on that were bad, and you just have to keep trying different things until you find what works for you. So that's when I say that, you know, I watched a lot of YouTube videos, I read a lot of books. And I asked a lot of questions when I worked at my art magazine. I would ask a lot of questions to the artists that I interviewed. But not everything was going to be applicable to me. So I can tell you how I work in acrylics. But for the type of work that you do, that might not be the right approach. You know, I know one of the artists in here was telling me how much they like gouache. So gouache is a wonderful medium. I suck at it, but it's a wonderful medium. If you're good at it, that might be the medium for you. So, you know, you just have to play around with things until you find the thing that matches up with what you want to do. And you have to think about, I guess, what your end goal is. You know, are you trying to paint really realistically? Are you trying to, you know, just be expressive in your painting? Because that's going to determine what kind of medium is going to work best in your circumstance. And sometimes you just get like I will say you can sometimes have a touch for certain mediums where sometimes it feels like one is better for you. Like I said, oils was just, I have lovely oil paintings, but that process was so frustrating to me that it just wasn't peaceful anymore. So I was bound and determined to find something else that would work for what I wanted to create. And so, yeah, so acrylic worked for me, but that doesn't mean that might be the path that everybody else takes. Everybody else has to find their own path for what they want to do. But I would say, I would stick with the advice, just generally speaking, like do it small. Whatever you're gonna do, just do it small to start, because it's very easy to get frustrated real quickly trying to work on big epic pieces, and you know, if you find that it's not the medium that you like, or the surface that you like, or the, you know, type of painting style that you like, you can really get frustrated, and then you have this huge time commitment that you've put into it. So experimentation should be done on small small surfaces whenever you can. All right, so I'm just again trying to rough these shapes in a little bit. I'm looking again, we're not painting ice cream, right? We're looking at abstract shapes. So what I'm trying to find is what I call anchor points. Anchor points are any kind of shape that I am quite sure um, is correct. And so I can find my anchor point and then know where my other shapes that I'm trying to block out go. So these, you know, it's ice cream is a little tricky because it's mostly white, right? You use 8 by 10, that's your comfort size. Biggest you've done is A3. I'm sorry, I don't know what A3 is. But 8 by 10, yeah, if that's your comfort size, then sure. That's a good size to start with. These ones are 5 by 7s. When we did the daily painting, I would say I could challenge you, right, to try something even smaller if you wanted to. But when I would do daily paintings, they would typically be 5 by 5, 6 by 6, or 5 by 7. And actually, recently, I did a few paintings that were 4 by 4, 4 inches by 4 inches. So they were little trompe l'oeil pieces, and they were, you know, experimental for me, and they turned out beautifully. And so so you can, even if it's not something that you're used to, you know, you could pick up some really, oh, 17 by 12. Okay, that's big, but I don't know what kind of art you're making either, Jake. So if that's, you know, if that is your comfort zone, then I totally understand that. Um, but you know, like I said, you can try some things like open regular size magazine. Okay, so yeah, I think that's like a comic book style page, right? I think that's 11 by 17. Is that comic book page? Um, for the rough art for a comic book page, I think. But anyway, little you can get little panels that are 4 by 4 for like a couple bucks for several of them on Amazon, or 5 by 5 for just a few bucks more. So might be worth experimenting sometime. What's the worst that can happen? I think that, you know, just to say, like, if you have time, if you can commit to saying, okay, I'm just going to give myself one day on this tiny panel and see what I can do. And it can push your abilities. Like I said, when I did those jobs at Disney, that was the biggest thing that I learned from them, was having to know how efficient I had to be. And so I think that when I became a daily painter, that was a big thing for me to understand, like, that if I worked within these constraints, then I could challenge myself more to see what I could accomplish in that time frame. But again, it depends on what kind of art you're doing. So I don't know, you know, firsthand what your art is, Jake. And so if it's something that you feel requires a larger space, then I totally understand that. All right, so that's pretty good on there. I think what I want to do is I want to just try. These are just roughed in, right? Just roughed in. But what I want to do is try actually to bring out a few of the highlights there, just a little bit. And again, this is hard to see because, you know, you could look at this and be like, well, that's okay for a pretty rough painting. But again, I'm aiming for high realism. This is just an initial stage. So what I want to do is I'm going to take white, and I'm going to take a little bit of my bright red, a little bit of my yellow, and a little bit of my bright blue. And I'm going to try to create a color that is essentially not quite pure white, but will be able to go on as the first highlight color onto this. So let's just see. So it's got a slight tone. And again, I want it to have a little bit of a tone because I want to be able to put another layer of paint or two on top of it to really eventually build out the form on here. But it is amazing, I think, always, to see when you do just a few little things, things just start to look just better enough where you're like, huh, well, that's not so bad. So, um, so suddenly I start to have just a little bit of my form. And again, I'm not applying this color over this whole area. I'm just trying to apply it a little bit judiciously. And I will certainly come back and work on this more, but it's a good start. It's a good start. Again, I don't like texture on my paintings, so these are really thin layers, and they're really smoothed out by my use of the watercolor brush. But again, that's just me. Everybody is different. You might like lots of texture on your paintings. Lots of artists do. But I think that's what makes art wonderful, right? Is it's a very, you can learn from other people, and you can certainly practice different techniques, but it's that it's individually you. And so that's one reason why I'm driven to paint, and why I'm driven to paint, particularly that other body of work that I do, but these as well. I'm driven to paint because there are these ideas that I have for paintings in my head, and I think I'm the best person to do them. So if you think you're the best person to do the paintings that you have in your head, these ideas that you want to express, then there's no one who can talk you out of that, right? You're just driven to do it. So the best thing you can do for yourself is just to find a way to learn how to do it. So like I said, I used to wake up early and I used to go to bed late painting. And I am nowadays still a pretty obsessive painter. So I paint a lot. I'm better at it at this moment in my life, but as of a few months ago, even, I don't know, even shorter than that, I guess. I mean, I was getting up and I was painting from like early in the morning till midnight, like 7 days a week. And sometimes I go through bouts like that. And, you just have pieces both for your vocation or for your desire to create that you need to get done, and it takes time. Just going to go right in here. Again, I don't like blend my acrylics, but what I do is while one layer is wet, I take another brush sometimes and I try to essentially use a little bit of medium to taper the edge out. So it's not, I call it an optical blend. It's not a real blending of acrylics. It's just It just looks like it is. It's just me tapering the paint out over top of another one, of another layer. But yeah, even though this needs to be, you know, cleaned up a lot, geez, from the time we started at 2 o'clock, I mean, this is hugely different. Hugely different. Just from adding a few strategic paint layers. So again, if it's your first time here, welcome. My name's Kim and I'm here 4 days a week. If you haven't followed yet, please follow because it makes me feel good. And I am new here and I appreciate it. I hopefully will get better as I go. I'm trying to narrate and to tell you my funny stories. So I do hope that you come back. I have a lot of stories. They pop in my head now and then, but mostly I just want you to feel at ease in here, to watch me paint and to, you know, work on your own projects or just enjoy the process of me painting and other artists talking about their work. I want you to feel comfortable, okay? So just this here, I'm gonna just take this and taper it just a little bit. And so it's gonna look like it's a blended bit of paint, right? But it's not. This is actually like 3 distinct layers in here that are just optically looking like they blend together, but they really don't. So I was sharing the other day, and I had some lovely people in here who were sharing as well, that I grew up in a really small town, and we had some really weird, really weird traditions and things, and that my husband, he did not grow up in a small town, and when we first started dating, our first real date was at Red Lobster, and that I hadn't gone to many restaurants, and that I ordered the crab legs, and I just dove in on them. And you would think that that would have been terribly offensive, right? Except that I didn't know at the time that his favorite movie was Splash, and so whenever I tell him one of my crazy stories from the town, I'm a little bit like Rose, I guess, um, from Golden Girls. Did you ever watch Golden Girls? Rose would tell all her weird stories. But he would say to me, or he says to me, will you take me to your underwater city? Because he says I'm like his Splash because I ate crab legs on my first date with him, and I have all these crazy stories. So I hope that you'll stay tuned in so that you can hear some of my crazy stories. I did not grow up in a family of artists. I did this, you know, I pursued this on my own. I was kind of an oddball out, but I think a lot of us are like that, right? So this is coming along really lovely. I think I'm gonna let this one dry again, and we'll come back to it, okay? So we're gonna move on to this one with the other ice cream. Just keep this one right here. So let's go ahead and switch over. And I'm gonna go ahead and switch back to my shadow color. And let's just see what we can do here. So again, I'm looking for anchor points, things that will help me to get a better basis for where I am. So we just want to keep bouncing around in a sort of strategic pattern, but trying to figure out how we can clarify all of the complicated things. I think that painting ice cream has actually enabled me to paint very, very complicated stuff. So again, it was like a really good training ground for me, because if you can paint all of these organic shapes and colors in an ice cream cone, you can paint pretty much anything. So I'm just going to go in here. And again, I'm probably going to flip this upside down so I can see this a little bit better. All right, we're just gonna go in here again. Let's go ahead and flip this. I want to be able to see, I want to make sure I don't touch this other painting here. Just watching Jake. You gotta go, but it was nice meeting you. See you again. I'm so glad. Thank you so much, Jake. And yes, I look forward to seeing you again. I really appreciate you bringing folks into me, though. That was really, really nice that you were able to recommend me that way. So thanks. I will get better here too. I appreciate it though. And good luck with your paintings. All right. Just again, clarifying the shapes a little bit here, going in with the darker shadow color. And just don't want to go too overboard with things, but we just want to make sure that we're trying to build out our shapes. And what I mean by that is I don't want to go too dark on any of these areas. I just want to try to really pay attention to the form. And again, it doesn't take much. Doesn't take much. suddenly something starts to take shape. So again, if you're here for the first time, welcome. My name is Kim, and I am relatively new here, a few weeks, so I'm a bit of a fledgling, but please give me a follow if you can, and I hope that you will tune in for my future painting streams. I am here 4 days a week, roughly, and I try to be on time. I don't always make it, but I do try very hard to be on time, and we're going to get better. We're going to get better as we go. But again, I don't consider myself a teacher, but I'm always happy to share what I know. So yeah. I started painting ice cream pretty early on. I tell this story, but when I first started painting, I will say again, I was a pretty lousy painter in college. I thought I was anyway. And what I realized, I went to they had a BFA program and a BA program. So I just got my degree as a BA. But I remember I went to the BFA exhibition at the end of the year, and that all the paintings looked like everybody else's paintings. And I thought that was really strange. And then I realized that they all kind of looked like my paintings too at that time. And it took me a really long time to figure out that what I had learned in school, it's not that everything was wrong. There was a lot of fundamental stuff, and I understand what they were trying to do. But really, everybody's work looked like the teacher's. And so, like I said, I came out pretty discouraged because it wasn't what I wanted to do. This kind of work would have never been encouraged in my school. And so I didn't paint for 12 years, roughly. And I did do the jobs at Disney. I did do the caricatures and the silhouettes and stuff. And I always, kind of leaned into realism, and I like, fun stuff, whimsical stuff, pop culture-y stuff. But yeah, it was very frowned upon in school. And then, when I started painting years later, I knew I wanted to paint, but I didn't know what I wanted to paint. And that's something that we all kind of encounter, right? You kind of wonder, like, there's so much in front of you, almost to the point that it paralyzes you. And so what I did was, first I was very lucky because I was working at an art magazine at the time. So I got to look at lots of art. But what I did was I actually created a folder for myself. And you can do that digitally, or you can do it in print, whatever you're more comfortable with. But I created a folder, an ongoing folder over the course of like a year of all the art that I liked. And so then I started analyzing it. Okay, well, why do I like this particular kind of art? And what is it that I just like about art? Or what is it that I actually want to do? And so when I started painting, the first real series that I did, it was concession stands in Florida. And they're beautiful and they're super realistic. And, I did them up to the point where people started yelling at me for taking their photos. and then I was like, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. And so I was like looking around my house to see what I could paint at that point. And that was why I started to move into still life. And then I was like, okay, well, what's more creative for me? And so I stopped, eventually painting just objects and painting instead of food, because food I could model, I could sculpt it, I could, take photos of the ice creams at various stages, or I could bake, the things that I do in the other work. And, I found along the way that like the paintings that I did of the baseball stadium concession stands, I was really just trying to emulate another artist that I liked. But it really wasn't what I wanted to do anyway. So eventually I whittled it down to that folder and figured out which paintings I just admired and what ones I wanted to actually kind of pursue that type of work. And in the end, it was food artists. I liked food artists. So whatever your liking is, it just takes time to figure it out. But I'm going to flip this back upside down, or back right side up. And we're going to do some highlights on here. It takes some time to figure it out, But it's a good way to sort through your thoughts because it can feel paralyzing when you don't know what your voice is as a painter, as an artist. And there's just so much before you. Creative people tend to be that way. We're a little bit, into a whole lot of different things. Hey, oh, and Solar Phonics, you've been lurking too. Kiwi, hi. It's nice to see you. Thank you so much for stopping in. Oh, thank you so much. Are you an artist, Kiwi, or just an art lover? I always like to see new faces. If you're here for the first time, I try to mention, please feel free to share your work. Your painting is making me hungry. Artist and art lover, aren't we all, right? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I take no responsibility for the calories that may ensue after you see my stuff. But I appreciate it. It's very kind. But yes, I always encourage. What kind of art do you do, Kiwi? Because when you come in, I want you to feel free to share what you do. You're a nursing student, but you do art on your own. So what kind of art do you do? And that's great that you're a nursing student, by the way. That's a very admirable career that I would not be capable of doing. So we're just putting some highlights in here and just starting to define these shapes just a little better. Sketches, ink drawings, and bracelet making. Nice. We had another person in here earlier that I think she's still lurking, but that makes bracelets as well. So that's nice. Ink drawings. That's pretty bold. People are a little bit afraid sometimes of ink. Cupie. Is Cupie still here? You're starting out with some acrylic markers. Oh, nice. I have never used those, but I see people create beautiful things with them. Beautiful things. But that's wonderful. Welcome. I appreciate you being in here. So yeah, anyone who comes in, please feel free to share. Feel free to share what you do. Like I said, I love talking to artists and art lovers. I think that's what helps make the world a better place, right? You just use pens and stuff like that, can't afford the ink cartridges. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that would probably be that'd probably be a lot. Yeah, art is expensive. I'm not gonna lie, it's expensive. I did that giant painting, that I mentioned, with the 5 foot tall, um, the 5 foot tall fudge ripple ice cream cone, and that panel alone, because it was a custom size, cost me $600. I do not have a Discord, no. My husband takes care of all of the tech stuff for me, so we try to limit it. You're lucky I'm in here. So you're lucky I'm functioning on here. Yeah, no worries. So this is just starting to create some nice form. Just a bit. Again, I think it's pretty crazy. I'm always disappointed that I don't make more progress than I do. But in reality, we've done this much on these 3 paintings in essentially 6.5 hours, something like that. So that's really not so bad. That's a pretty good use of my time for 3 small paintings, I think. But again, I do, oh, and you do colored pencils as well. Nice. thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, so we're doing this little sequential series. We're kind of out of order right now. This little sequential series of these. Just as a little bit of an experiment. Like I said, I'm kind of hoping maybe these can be framed all together on one decent size frame. I think that would look nice. So in general, what I work on like the 16 by 12s a lot, but I do a lot bigger than that as well. But right now I'm trying to kind of stick in that size range and smaller. And the 16 by 12s, they'll take me about 40 hours to paint. But so what I'm trying to do is roughly, sometimes I can get those ones done a little bit faster than that, but I want to make sure that I can keep this series of 3. Again, we're aiming for high realism, so this is just a very rough stage, but I really want to get all 3 of these done in essentially less than that amount of time. So what mediums do you use? Acrylic. I only use acrylic. It's kind of my thing. I wish I had time to experiment with some other things, because I think that would be fun. If I had endless time, actually, a crazy thing that I would love to explore a little bit more, and there's never enough time in life, right? But a crazy thing that I would love to explore more is, I'm going to mispronounce it, but automata. Like creating little non-electronic moving art forms. I think that those are really cool. That's awesome. You've been trying acrylics, but on a and on a struggle bus. Did I say that? Yeah, a struggle bus. Well, that's understandable, because acrylics can take a bit to get used to if you're a newbie. That's understandable, but we were talking about that earlier. A lot of it is just practice. A lot of it is trying to find an approach that works right for you. No worries. I appreciate it. So I use golden heavy body acrylics, and I use painting medium. This is golden satin acrylic medium, and that I only use water to clean my brush. Yeah, been fighting through. I understand. There's different ways to practice with it. It depends on the type of art that you're going to make. But yes, it's still going to be, regardless, a practice, a struggle to get through it initially. But this is an approach. This took me a long time to figure out an approach that worked for me. It took me years to figure out an approach that worked for me. And it's still evolving a little bit as I go. But it's a good start, I think. All right, so I think that my ice creams look relatively good right now at all these rough-in stages. So we're gonna hop back to this one. And I think, again, I look at these like in a, kind of an odd way. I look at them as, what do I need to do next? You're trying to learn landscapes, because I like the feeling that you could get to step into nature through the painting. Nice. That's very cool. Well, that's very, very admirable. I mentioned this book earlier, and I don't think that you were in here yet, Kiwi, but you could try to actually use acrylics as a watercolor method. And that might work really well for the landscapes, just as an experiment. But there is a book called Acrylics, the Watercolor Alternative. And as long as you don't want to use it on this type of surface. You want to get a surface that's very absorbent. So you want to use either watercolor paper or watercolor panels. And so they're very different from like normal acrylic painting panels. But it's a really good, do I have it here? Oh, here it is. Okay, this book. So this is Charles Harrington, Acrylics, the Watercolor Alternative. And if you're trying to start in acrylics and you don't want to, you want to try to use it like that, it's definitely worth a read. Definitely worth checking out. So, all right, so here's what we're going to do next. I want to go in here. What I say is I try to look for something that I need to feel encouraged to be able to move on. Yeah, of course, Kiwi. I need to look at some of these shapes up here, I think. So this is the part that I'm feeling is the roughest. I just look at the 3 sections and I'm like, okay, this is the worst right now. So I think I need to start to clean this up. So to do that, I'm going to start to build up. Right now on all of these, I still have used mostly, except for this chocolate part, mostly my warm colors here, which were this dark blue, dark red, and my yellow. But now at this point, for most of this, I'm actually gonna, thank you Solar Phonics, take care. I hope that you're taking care of yourself too. I appreciate you stopping in so much. Thank you so much. Okay, bye-bye. Here I'm going to go in and I'm going to start to build this up using my brighter colors. So that's going to help me to start to build the form. So this is Pyrrole Red and this is Phthalo Blue. And I'm still going to use my yellow. Technically there's another yellow, but I'm lazy that way. Thanks so much, Solar Phonics. It was really nice to see you. So I'm going to take my yellow and I'm going to take some of my bright red and a little bit of white and a little bit of my bright blue. I think I need a little more yellow in here. And so again, we work in lots of layers, so this is not going to be a final layer, but this is going to help me to just go in. I'm just going to put a little bit more white. We're just going to go in and start to build up some of the details here with my brighter colors. So, and again, I don't know if this will work until I go in. I'm going to go with a little more yellow and a little more white. And I don't want this to be the final layer, so I want to make sure that I leave enough room for myself to be able to put additional layers on top. Thank you so much, Kiwi. All right, so let's go in and we're just going to try this. Yeah, I think that looks okay. So this is just going to be me going into a few strategic areas in here and just trying to build up my paint layers to refine those areas just a bit. And again, what I do is not gospel, right? This is just what I do. But I find that using the warm colors underneath, because I aim for form. There's different color theories. You can check out James Gurney's color theory book. But for me, I aim for warm colors underneath that gradually get cooler, and that helps me to build shape. So, so that's what I'm doing here. And again, I don't get it right every time on every pass. Sometimes I have to work back and forth. But I have found that using these cooler colors, and again, your palette doesn't have to be exactly my palette. I like a very limited palette, but depending on what you paint, your palette might be completely different. So like Kiwi, your palette might be completely different from mine because you want to do landscapes. You will keep that in mind. You're always open to trying new techniques. Nice. Yeah, your whole approach is probably going to be a little bit different from mine because you're painting landscapes, and that's very different. So I think I'm just going to add a little more white into this, just a bit. We're just going to gradually try to refine these shapes. And this is a point where, you know, after I do the first pass on this, I am going to flip this upside down again. Take notes. Oh, the color theory book is James Gurney. This one. I'm sure I used it. James Gurney, Color and Light. I'll get you my whole library over here. You're welcome. So I am going to actually, after this, just flip this upside down and try to refine these shapes just a little bit more than I can do right side up. And I keep another brush going just with a little bit of medium on it so that I can not blend, but I say taper my edges a little bit. And when I get these right, I painted one last week or the week before that was a 12 by 16 that was a drumstick that was mostly eaten, and it was open up in the middle. And I used that and I glazed these nuts and they looked really, really nice. What does this say? I always try to learn from other artists because you never know what's going to work for you. Yep. And other people can bring in new perspectives. That's very good. And that's what I try to do. And that's what I've always tried to do, right? So as I say, like, you can come in here and you can just hang out, and that's cool. If anything that I say or do is useful for you, awesome. But your approach might be totally different. So I'm just one of many resources that you should be seeking out, because everybody has a different painting style and everybody has a different goal for their paintings. And so I think it's really interesting. And sometimes I think it's really interesting just to learn how other people do things, you know, even if it's not anything like what I want to do. Sometimes it's just interesting to learn. So I'm just going to scoot this out of the way a little bit right now because I want to turn this now. I think I just want to turn it now. It's just so I can see this a little bit better. And again, I'm not thinking of this, you know, is this looking exactly right now? I'm trying to think of it as, what's this going to look like when my next layer of paint comes on here? And that is what I try to do, because that's my layering process. So it's a different way of thinking. And again, if it's your first time here, welcome. My name's Kim, and I'm here 4 days a week, but I paint a lot more than that because I am a full-time painter, and I will often work on other parts of my job as well. But yeah, you are welcome to come here and hang out with me. I would encourage you to check out my website, just because, you know, I paint really realistically, and so this is a pretty early stage of these 3 little paintings here. And so, you know, it'd be nice if you visit my site. I appreciate it. All right, so I think I'm going to switch up my color a little bit here and just switch this to a little bit more yellow and a little bit more blue. And we're going to go with some of these lighter areas. So we're going to add more white. again, sometimes I often, and I will say, I often, you like this cozy corner of the internet, I often call this my cozy corner of the world. That's really funny, Kiwi. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. I um I often will take my color at the end and glaze over large portions of my paintings and knock the whole thing back and then bring it forward again. And so that can take a little bit of bravery if you haven't tuned into my other streams to see me do that. But in the end, it makes it look so much better, and it covers up any of the pasty qualities that you might get from bringing out highlights, maybe a little bit too soon, or maybe it's even just necessary to do them that way to get the colors that you want. But the glazing at the end, I hope that you'll stick with me, um, and just find out what I mean by that. So again, if you haven't followed, please follow me, because I think I paint some really interesting ways, but I'm a little partial. So yeah, that's very nice, Kiwi. Thank you. So yeah, I aim for really high degrees of realism. The trompe l'oeil pieces that I do, that's like it's very difficult to do, to make something look very, very convincing like that. Like I've said earlier, sometimes I paint those with like my cookie series that I did, um, and the gingerbread, and it looks very, very realistic. Um, but sometimes I've done other things as well with the trompe l'oeil pieces, like with comic books. I took comic books and I opened them up. You just looked at my website and it's awesome. Thank you. See, Kiwi says it's awesome. Thanks so much. Yeah, I took comic books and I would open them and fold them over, and then I would replicate them in paint so that it looked like the painting was an open comic book. So yeah, I do all kinds of interesting things, but I do paint a lot of ice cream because I have clients that really like the ice cream, and I do love to do my new stuff, my gingerbread and my cookies, because that gives me a lot of creativity that in creating a little world that I can paint. And so, yeah, I hope that you see, Kiwi endorsed me, so y'all should go check me out. All right, so we're just gonna go in here, and I think that I actually missed, I have to be careful because sometimes I will miss little shapes as I go, and I want to be sure that I don't do that. So we're gonna go in here. And again, it's just building stuff up. It's just patience, right? It's just patience. They should. That's very nice. Thanks, Kiwi. I appreciate it. All right, so we're just gonna go in here, and again, just gradually try to refine some of these shapes here. That's my issue, my ADHD. You're funny. All right, and I'm not gonna get all these right the first time. All I want to do is try to get as much information as I can that gives me a better roadmap for the future of my paintings. So, like in here, I just need this to be a little bit cleaner, a little bit clearer, and we'll just keep working back and forth. going to flip this upside down. Sideways helped, but I'm going to flip it upside down. Thank you, Kiwi. Once again. All right, so let's go ahead and flip this. So yeah, at some point I will inevitably glaze over this whole thing again, in chunks, in strategic chunks, but like over these nuts. If I get all the shapes correct at first, and then I come back and can glaze over them later, then I can build out those shapes even more. So for me, it's kind of complicated, right? Terrifying, yeah. It is. It's a little terrifying to do that, to glaze over things when you've worked like so hard on it. But, you know, the first time I did it, it was working on a really big ice cream cone, like a 4-foot tall ice cream cone. And my cone looked too pasty. And I was like, what am I gonna do to it? And then I realized, like, oh, I could totally glaze on this. And it was so, I mean, I had spent days and days painting this cone. It's glazed like Mod Podge. Sorry, I haven't ventured that far. No, it's just essentially what I'm doing here, but no white in it. I mean, sometimes I glaze with a little bit of white, but so I just take this medium that I have and mix it with some of my colors, and then just very thinly apply it over something. So it's really what we're doing here. These are all glazes. But what I mean by doing that is, like, once it's almost at the end, then I knock the whole thing back. And so, yeah, that can still be terrifying. It can still be terrifying because it's a lot of work and you're seemingly covering it up, but it makes it look so much better in the end. So again, I hope y'all stick around with me, you know, tomorrow and Saturday I'll be here as well, and we'll be glazing. So we'll be doing it. More notes. I aim to share as much as I can anyway. Like I said, some stuff you'll find, you know, is useful for you. Some people will be like, this is not my style of painting, and that's okay. But it's what works for me. It helps me get to my end goal, my end objective. So I can see here that my shape is a little bit off on this one. And in here, I need a little more. But yeah, I mean, painting is just a learning process. It's learning how to do it better and better each time. And I will always be learning. Worth a try. Worst case scenarios, you just kind of watch and paint amazing things. Oh, that's nice. Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, what's the worst that can happen? If you try it, you know, either way you win. That's very sweet. Yeah, you know what? I think it's worth, if you're still trying to figure out what way is going to work best for you, then you just have to experiment, right? So, you know, try a bunch of different things and figure out what works and what doesn't work for you. So Kiwi, you already have, like, you know, a couple different methods that you could try. The watercolor stuff, or glazing, and or some combination of them, you know. So you can always experiment. You can always experiment. And I have lots of weird things that I do in my paintings. My stippling is probably the weirdest thing. Again, a little bit hard to do with the smaller ones, but I just really don't like brush strokes in my pieces, and so I do my darndest to cover them up. And I also think that trying to make things look organic is not always something that you can accomplish with a traditional brush stroke, and so I really try to find new ways to make that work. So you'll see, I will still do it in this one, maybe not to the degree that I do in my other ones, but my larger ones, but I will still inevitably end up doing it in this one and the others here. All right, we're gonna let that dry. I'm gonna come back to it, but I'm gonna let it dry. We're gonna move on to one of these other ones, because that's what we do. So we'll switch. And again, we're going in to try to just bring out some of these highlights. If you weren't in here earlier too, I mentioned that, you know, I use my phone. You can use whatever you want as your reference, but I find my phone is the easiest because it fits very comfortably on my easel, and because I can easily change the scale of the image, and I really try whenever I can to work at a 1-to-1 scale, because it's very difficult to scale up or down in your brain. It's just extra work. You use your phone and your iPad. Nice. So I have an iPad, but I haven't used it just because it's not as convenient for me, because it takes up too much space usually on your easel. Oh, Pinterest is wonderful. Interesting. So you paint from references that you find on Pinterest? So yeah, I can understand that. I try to take all of my own photos. Just I'm at that stage in my career. I always kind of did, actually, because I want more control, and you know, because these are things that I sell. So kill feeds. Oh, it's so nice to see you. And you know Kiwi. That's so nice. How are you doing today, kill feeds? How's life in New Zealand? See, I remembered this time. Your friend from other streams. Yeah, he's been in here a few times, so that's really nice. Kiwi seems to be everywhere I am lately. That's funny. How's everything going? You joined 2 weeks ago. Oh, is that what it is? Didn't have Twitch before. Well, you only joined right after I did. So oh, you're looking for jobs in Australia right now too? Oh, you were saying that the other day. Hey, Shibbles Art again. You were saying that the other day, that a lot of people were moving to Australia because the pay rate was better, and the cost of living was better. So that's pretty cool. Is that something that you're excited for? All right, so we're just gonna go in here and just again try do a little bit. We're gonna flip this one upside down too in a moment. So we're doing pretty good defining these shapes. But I do want to flip it upside down just to make sure that I am, you know, I can see like this shape's a little bit off. I don't settle for okay. I try not to anyway. I always want to make sure that that I hold myself accountable for the shapes in my pieces. That was one sentiment from one of my professors that I always do try to keep in mind, is nobody can hold you accountable except yourself, right? So I could, but I've been lazy. I might paint a retro pair of shoes later this week. Oh, nice. Hey, what do you have against okay? I try not to make things okay. That's just that's a high aspiration for myself. But yeah, I try not to make things okay. I want it to be really good. All right. So sometimes I can, you know, adjust the shape slightly, but I really try to be as accurate as I can. Because again, this is not me painting ice cream, right? This is me painting lots of abstract shapes that all fit together. Oh, skate shoes. That's pretty cool. And I'm just going to soften the edge on these. All right. So again, I want to come up here because I can see I missed this little shape in here. And this little one's still not accurate here. Wow, they would sell for that much? That's crazy. So we're just going to do a little bit more on this one, and then we're going to circle over to the third one. Because we just keep moving back and forth, right? Just move back and forth between them. But I think that we're making pretty good progress on these today. I feel pretty good about it. And again, I'm just taking a little bit of medium on a second brush, and just taking your own photos for your painting is smart. Yes, I take all my own photos for my paintings. I don't want to ever encounter copyright issues. So, and since I do this for my job, that's a thing. And you know, especially because if I ever make prints of what I do as well. So I try really hard not to, I try to make everything original to me. But you know, I just take photos, like when I take photos of the ice creams like these, I think that looks pretty good. I'm gonna circle back to that one in a bit. We'll come back to this one. You know, I might take like 100 or 150 photos, and That's real. I just here for fun. So you, yeah, I understand that. Um, get the lighting you want, the clarity you want, let alone. So uh, Oak Titus, is that how I say your name? Okay, Titus. Um, if you head over to my website and you can see the giant gingerbread and cookie paintings that I did, um, I did those based on real life models that I built first. So I spent a week. Okay, Titus. Okay, thank you. Um, the I spent a week building the gingerbread model for that one painting. But like you just said, it's exactly that. It gave me full control over my model, my lighting, all of the design. You use Pinterest a lot when you're in the tattoo studio. I totally understand that. Totally understand that. I think it's fine. Even for me, I look on there. I post stuff occasionally to Pinterest as well, but certainly you can get a lot of inspiration from Pinterest. But I do want full control over everything. Kiwi, you do your best to tell the difference between AI. Yeah, it does get really hard, huh? um, you just looked at my Instagram feed. Yeah. So you can see some of the models on there that I built, you know, for some of those pieces. And yeah, I take a lot of pride in them. I take a lot of pride in building them and trying to make them pretty amazing. And, and you know, yeah, that's one reason why Kiwi that I don't use, I was accused of using a lot of AI when I put out that body of work, but because people thought I was crazy that I would actually build gingerbread models in real life, I guess. But but it is one reason, I want everything that I make to be human made, and I want it to. So basically, you're saying a control freak, yeah. That's exactly right. I want to control every part, every part. So, like there's things though, like if you look at the gingerbread neighborhood one, right? I made oak trees that were made from sugar cookies that I put Lucky Charms mixed with green frosting on the trees to make the greenery. And then I painted that, which took ridiculous amounts of time. All the gingerbread houses I baked with real candy windows. And again, I painted it. I replicated it in paint. And so super time consuming. But it looks exactly the way I wanted it to look. So there wasn't a way, even if I tried to describe that to some AI machine what I wanted, like there'd be no way that it would ever come back as anything close to what I have in my head. So I'd rather just build it in real life and then paint it in real life. And so I avoid all of those things. Um, and you just look at a lot of stuff, Kiwi. Yeah, I understand. Whatever you're interested in, it's good to take lots of inspiration from various places. All right, so these again look pretty good at this point. I'm gonna go ahead and switch back to this original one here, the first one in the series. And let's just see what we can do. I think I want to go in. I'm gonna flip this upside down again. Still feel like I want to revisit these nuts today. So I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna try to take another coat on here. You used to see a lot of kiwi? Oh. You vended in an actual gingerbread house before selling vegan treats at a carnival. Fun idea, magnet for Antitex. I can't believe, they had that giant gingerbread house at Disney World that they would put in the Grand Floridian every year. They've canceled it now. They're not doing it anymore. But it was indoors in air conditioning. I can't imagine doing it in a real, like, outdoor carnival. That seems crazy. Um, Um, yeah, that seems crazy that you would have to, that you would do that in an outdoor one. That certainly would attract bugs. So yeah, I think I have some video on there of me destroying my cookie models afterwards. And it's really sad because I spent so much time building them, but eventually they got to go because there's only so much room in the freezer. So right, so I'm just going to go in and I'm going to try just a little bit more than I have right now, just to define my shapes. And like I said earlier, I'm going to probably have to glaze back over these, but with other colors so they don't get too pasty. That's just the way of it. But for right now, all I'm mostly concerned with is defining my shapes, just so they're very clean, and I know exactly what I'm doing for the future parts of my paintings. The biggest canvas you've done so far? The 5 foot tall, the 5 foot tall fudge ripple ice cream cone from last year. So if you look on my website, you can see that one. And if you look on my Instagram, I think that there might be a photo or a video of me working on it. I know there's one on my TikTok. But yeah, 5 feet tall, and it took me, I say, 2 years because it was so big that it was too daunting, because I paint everything like with these little brushes. So it was too huge, and so I would work on it a little bit and then I would leave it and then come back to it, and yeah, it was painfully large, and it's beautiful in the end. I mean, it really came together, but 2 years. You know, working collectively, I guess if I really just think about it, if I really think about like full-time work on it, it was a month and a half to 2 months spread out over the course of 2 years. So ridiculous amounts of time on some of my pieces, but it's kind of what I do. But the gingerbread neighborhood one was actually, I think, more complicated than that one, just because there's so many details. Like if you look at the buildings, the first building in that painting is what I refer to as the brownstone, and the brownstone was made from a gingerbread building that was covered with cinnamon toast crunch cereal, and I painted all of those. I painted every individual piece of it. But hopefully we'll be back in 40 minutes max. I'm not sure I'm going to be here in 40 minutes, but maybe Kiwi. So I appreciate it so much. It was so nice meeting you, and I appreciate you so much coming in. So thank you so much. We'll see if I can hang on till then. I appreciate it though. I hope I see you back here soon. We'll find out. But yeah, so that first building is covered with cinnamon toast crunch, and I replicated that in paint, which was ridiculous. And yes, of course, thank you. um, the roof on the middle building was covered with the little heart marshmallows from Lucky Charms cereal, and I painted every individual one. And the last building is covered with nuts, and I painted every individual one. And so it was complicated. It was super complicated. You know, the frosting sky, that's all flat paint. All the grass is all flat paint. So again, if you haven't looked over on my website, please go check it out, because I'm really proud of it. It looks really crazy, and a lot of the paintings from that series were pretty insane to paint, but very time consuming, but also very, I think, kind of magical in the end. And that's what I aim for, is magic, right? So again, we're just going in here and just clarifying a little bit, and we're gonna eventually come back in here and glaze over these and then build them back up again. just want to see, because again, it's really easy to get a little bit lost when you're doing stuff, seeing it now. Did you keep the original? Like the gingerbread model, I kept it for like 3 months and then it had to go, which I think that there's a video of that somewhere, maybe on my TikTok. But I did keep the original for a while because it was heartbreaking to try to throw it away. It was a lot of work. All right, so we're just going in, just trying to define some of these details. I want to make sure I'm not getting lost again. So let's just see. This is a landmark. And this is a landmark. This is the wrong shape. So that's the wrong shape. This is the wrong shape. So see, there's a lot of wrong shapes here. Oh, the painting. I do actually have the painting right now. Yeah. So, so yes, I have it sitting over here. I am not planning to keep it, but until I find the right home for it, it's mine. And so I'm actually quite happy to have that here with me because I get to look at it. And it was the thing that I think I'm still, of all the paintings. I've had a lot of paintings. Thanks. Okay, Titus. I've had a lot of paintings, and it is the thing that I am the most proud of. So I have it right now, and until I find a home for it, it is mine. So. All right, so there's a lot of these shapes that I didn't quite get right. How do you determine the right home? The finding the right collector for it, which, you know, that's I have a gallery who carries a lot of my work, and then some of it I carry myself. So it's finding the right collector for it. Isn't that the way of things in all art? But you know, that's just finding the person that connects with it and that can afford it. So I have it priced pretty high because it was a huge undertaking to do. But you know, I would, you know, art is a funny thing, right? Because you as the artist love your pieces. Sometimes you just love your pieces, and sometimes you just have to let them go. But sometimes it's a little difficult to find a home. I am very lucky that I've actually had most of my paintings find homes over the years. But I always say to find homes as opposed to making sales, because I think art should be lived with. That's what I want. I want people who will live with my art. But some art connects with people and some art connects with other people, right? Your mother was an art dealer. At a point, she would question many things art related, like value. Value is a tricky subject, right? So, you know, things that are considered valuable to one person are certainly a different definition to another. And there's a lot of things that determine what drives the art market. So I believe that, I'll say this, I'm just going to be bold. I think that the work that I created last year was the best work that I ever did. And I think that it is the work that if I make some small mark on history, that it will be because of that, that as the beginning of that series. So for me, it was transformative and it was important. Translating that to value is a trickier thing, right? It's a trickier thing. So it's something that I'm navigating. But you know, I have lots of very nice people who support my work, and so I'm trying to find a balance between all the types of work that I want to be able to create. And that is the work that I feel is, again, the most important, I guess. You almost got 50 followers. Oh, did I really? Thanks so much, Killfeeds. That's really nice. Well, see, now I almost have 50 followers. That's something. So thank you, Killfeeds. That's kind of a big deal. I don't really know what happens when I get to affiliate time. So I appreciate it, though. If anybody hasn't followed me yet that's in here now, please follow me, because apparently I'm almost an affiliate. So thanks. One more to 50. One more. Anybody out there? As an artist yourself, you get it. For her, as a spectator and lover, when she asked me why this Warhol was worth millions and the IKEA painting like 20 bucks. Yes. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? You know, I was reading a bunch of stuff. I read a lot of various things about the art market and so forth, but I try to stay a little bit informed. But yes, there are, you know, things that are expensive are typically driven by the gatekeepers of the art market, right? So did I hit a goal? I hit my 50. Yay! I don't know what to do about that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you both, everyone. I really appreciate it, Killfeeds. Woo! So we did it. We did it. I appreciate it. Yes, I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you. That's a big deal, because honestly, I didn't think that anybody would watch me. So I really appreciate it. My husband thought that I should do this, and so this is all about him. Dig up that gingerbread and mail it to us. Thanks very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I should be sending cookies out, right? Like real life cookies to everybody for helping me to get to 50. Thank you so much. All right, so I'm just gonna go in here and just try to bump this up a little bit more today. But yeah, the art market is a tricky thing. There are gatekeepers, right? The best thing your husband did was put the traditional artist tab. Thank you. I think that you had mentioned that once before, and I did let him know that, so he was very appreciative, because you know, you'll grow in due time. I appreciate that. You know, I have a big following for some of my work, but you know, that other stuff is new, and so because it's new, that's a little harder. But you know, but I appreciate that, because it's what's, you know, there's only so much time we have on this earth, right? And I have to make time to paint the stuff that's important to me. And it's not that these other things are not important to me. They are. I love to create beautiful things, and I love to, you know, make art that people love and enjoy. But that was the first time that it felt like, that was the first time that I felt compelled. It was compelled. It separated you from the digital artist. I appreciate that. Yeah, with the traditional, I appreciate that because it's not that I don't like the digital artist actually, but I do appreciate that. The art market is home to a lot of money laundering and ways to hide money. Funny story, I painted a picture that I called money laundering one time, and it was the last painting that I ever sold overseas because it got lost. So it was a trompe piece, and it was I don't remember if it was a dollar bill or was some denomination of bill that I hung up on with two clothespins and a little rope, and I called it money laundering. And yeah, I tried to ship it to Germany, I think, and it never made it. And I had to give the person their money back. So I just thought that was funny that someone ultimately ended up with my little painting called money laundering. You can probably apply for affiliate today and now start making money off here. What? I appreciate that, Kill Feeds. Thanks. That would be a nice little bonus. I have enjoyed my time on here. Actually, it's been really nice, and it's nice to meet so many nice people, um, and just be able to share my work. So a lot of people have been very encouraging, and so that is very, very nice. But okay, Titus, I really appreciate that because you know, it's a tricky world to navigate. It's a tricky world to navigate. So I think that I am, you know, I am learning more about lots of aspects of it, and and you know, the thing is, so I had one painting, for example, that went viral a few times on TikTok, and it connected with a lot of people, and it doesn't have a home, and so you know that's okay. Um, but I realized that my art, you know, it parts of it connect with people that are in a different price range. And so what I've started to do is, and I'll be doing more of these as I go, to make very small pieces. And the very small pieces make things very affordable, but I can still share that. All you needed was 50 followers on a regular stream and average viewers, and you should have that with 15 of us here lurking. Nice! I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. So yeah, I think that I am, you know, obviously I need to make a living from my art. This is my job, but I also need to make time to be able to create the things that I really, really want to create. Doodle the Crow, hi, how are you? It's nice for you to be in here. And you know, that's just a balance. I think that's with all of us, right? That's with all of us artists. We have to find that balance between things that we're driven to make and things that we by necessity need to make. So you know, there's no guarantees for anything in art, right? I don't know that someone will buy these, but I make them anyway, and I hope that I can find the right home by, you know, just connecting with people who see what I do and feel some nostalgia or beauty or whatever in here for the art that I make. So that's you know, there's very few artists who sit at that top tier who have guarantees all the time of, you know, they're quite sure that they will, you know, they're quite sure that everything will sell that they make. But we do our best. We try. All right, so that looks a little bit better. I'm gonna go ahead and skip over to one of these other ones now. This one. All right, so we'll switch these out. All right, and we're gonna go in with, again, just some highlights in here to try. To bring out the form just a little bit more in this. And clarify these shapes. Just clean up the edges of a lot of these shapes of the nuts up here. I thought it was interesting. One of the things that I was reading earlier, and I just thought it was, it's always interesting for me to learn about not art history with the, what do I want to say, with the real stuff, but like the stuff that they don't really teach you in school. And I was learning a little bit about um, the Impressionists and how Impressionism was really frowned upon back when it started. And I just thought that was very interesting. And I also know there's the story, of course, of Van Gogh, and that nobody bought any of Van Gogh's paintings during his lifetime. And the reason that he became popular was when his sister-in-law, because his brother had passed away as well, when his sister-in-law collected all of the letters that he wrote um, into a book and published those, and then suddenly people were interested in his work. So how the art world works is always very interesting to me. His brother bought a few. Yeah, I think you might be right about that. His brother may have bought a few from him just to keep him probably a little encouraged, I guess. Maybe that would be a good way to say it. But yeah, outside of his brother, I don't think that he sold any in his lifetime. So um, I don't know. I think perception is always an interesting thing, right? That people, like, for some reason, they need, and this is just my opinion, I guess. They need someone to tell them it's okay. They need someone to say, someone with some position of authority to say that something is okay. Yeah. Yes. And that's just the way of things, unless you just find other ways. And artists were compelled to create, and we will keep doing so, God willing. And and we will, if we're persistent, and I'm a persistent little bugger. If we're persistent, then we will find the right people to that love our work. So the one painting that I talk about that I had go viral. So I had one that went 430,000 views, I think it has, and 1,000 comments. And one of the comments, there were so many nice comments. One of the comments was from a mom who said that she showed it to her little boy, and he said that it was the best painting he'd ever seen. Well, like, that meant more to me than anything else. That, yes, that meant more to me than anything else. So, I think if my art is connecting in some way to some maybe underrepresented or underappreciated part of the world, then that's worth pursuing, however I find a way to do it. So if that body of work is finding that audience, I had another person who subscribes to my print club, because I have a little print club, and she wrote to me and said, "You don't know how much these paintings mean to some of us." And that was important to me. So it's worth pursuing. It's worth pursuing somehow. So like I said, I started painting some small ones, and that puts things in a more affordable price range, and that maybe balances out some of these pieces for me. So again, I like the different styles of work that I do for different reasons. um, you know but if anybody tells you that navigating the arts is easy, that is not true. It is a difficult process. And so I just keep trucking along, and I just keep making the art that I think is important, and I just keep making the art that I learn from. So again, I learn a lot when I paint the ice creams. I think that they're beautiful. I think that I learn a lot because they're complicated. They're very, very complicated. And and so it makes me feel like when I do them that I could really paint anything. I have the ability to paint many different things, but uh, I try to paint the things that I feel will both balance out my income and what I feel needs to be made because it makes some greater contribution to the world. So that is always the way of the arts, right? I think it is anyway. All right, so I'm going to go in here with just a little bit of white, and I'm going to just try to shape this out a little bit more. I want to make sure I don't, it's a little bit too yellow. I'm running out of supplies, so I am going to have to go at some point here, but I'm going to try to do a little bit more for y'all. You just realized there's new emotes. Yes, my husband did those. Thanks, Cupid. I appreciate that. Yes, enjoy. Thank you very much. He took a lot of time doing those, so I appreciate you using them. I'm sure he'll be thrilled. All right. Just gonna clean this up just a little bit. They really do look a lot better than they did. I've been only digital for some years now, but people have been telling me to do pet portraits for a steady stream of income because there's a huge market for that. But I think I just had a eureka moment. This culture I'm from values this thing. I might do large scale paintings of those. Nice. Thank you, Mr. Q. Thanks, Cupid. Yes, that actually is a really neat idea. That's a really neat idea. I saw something the other day. I was looking at something, and there was an artist who was asking, I think it was on Reddit, was saying that they do two different styles of work. They did pet portraits, and they did this abstract style as well that had like very uh, like like a graphic look, like a very graphic look, and they were having trouble finding finding a balance between those because they thought they were confusing their audience, and they simply put the question out, what should I do? And almost unanimously the response was, you should just combine them. You should combine them so that your pet portraits are in front of this other graphic stuff that you do. So that's so neat that you had this eureka moment there. That would be really nice. Hi, Miss Gray. It's nice to see you. Yeah, large scale pet portraits. That would be really cool. That would be really cool. I am an animal lover too, so I mean, I approve of that as well. I'm doing good, Miss Gray. It's so nice to see you back. How's your week been going? We're doing pretty good on this. I am just going to use everything I have here until it's the last of my supplies, which isn't going to be too far away, but we'll at least get a little more done. Maybe I can at least get a little bit onto these ice cream layers. I always forget because I paint in 2 different spaces and I set up my palette in the other room and then I forget to carry my stuff in here. Falling in love with your painting skills. Aw, thanks, Miss Gray. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it. Oh, you're so sweet. Thanks very much. That means a lot. All right, we're doing pretty good. We are doing pretty good. I'm never as far as I want to be, right? That's just the way life goes. We never get quite as much done as we want to get done, but we are doing pretty good considering how little time really we have into these 3 paintings. But I would say, I'll be on here again tomorrow at around 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And tomorrow I will come stocked fully with supplies and we're going to work on details. So that will be where these things really start to get elevated to the next level. So I hope that if you're around, you'll tune back in when I get to do that, because that's what really takes these trainings from to really good. And they'll still require some time after that, but really tomorrow will be the make or break day on these. So I do hope that you stop back in. All right, so we did that one. It's pretty good. We're gonna try to just do some highlights on this, and then we're probably gonna call it a day. So let's just do a little bit more with the paint that we have. Wrong brush. See, I'm getting woozy toward the end of the day. So we'll switch images. I am excited though, because at the end of the day, if you haven't been here before, starting to get cooked for your dinner. Oh, that's nice. I'm so excited. Are you really going to watch Star Wars tonight? Like the original trilogy, or at least start it? Because Cupie has not seen the original Star Wars trilogy for anybody out there. She started with the newer ones, and so I think that Carl's Jr. and I talked her into maybe maybe seeing the original Star Wars, because you can see I have a Star Wars shirt on today. So that would be nice. But yes, tomorrow I do hope that you will tune back in. Again, thank you so much. You are totally going to watch them? I'm so excited for you. To be watching the Star Wars trilogy for the first time. So nice. But yeah, I hope that you all will tune back in tomorrow. Cube spam. I don't know if I could eat cube spam. I'll let you know if you cry and how many times. I don't think the original Star Wars trilogy will make you cry. I really don't. I can't think of any moments that would have made me cry during the original trilogy. Um, I don't know. Brown sugar, some other seasonings, rice with QP mayo. Oh, you told me about that mayo the other day, right? I think. I think you told me about that mayo the other day. Well, that sounds, I'm gonna say interesting, because honestly, God, I don't think I've ever eaten spam. I think, um, yeah, I don't know if I've ever eaten spam, but you cry a lot at movies. I can be sensitive at my movies too. I understand. I can be sensitive. We're doing pretty good on this. And we're just gonna try to get as much done on here, and then we will pick this back up tomorrow when I am freshly stocked with supplies. What was that? You'd both be crying together? Your dad, your dad's a sensitive soul, huh? Okay. And children's animated movies? That's pretty funny. That's pretty sensitive. I will admit, that's pretty sensitive. Well, I can be pretty sensitive, but I don't know. I cannot. Can anyone else think of anything? No, don't spoil anything. But I don't think QP should cry at the first trilogy, right? Or the original trilogy for Star Wars. I don't think so, anyway. Even the sad parts are really sad. Just a little bit more, and then we're gonna call it a day. All right, I think we're gonna call it, guys. So it looks like yeah. Okay, I think we're gonna call it. Thank you so much to everybody. You've been told since you have the context from the prequel, it's more sad. Oh well, maybe. Yeah, maybe. All right. Okay, Titus, thank you so much. I appreciate you stopping in. That was so nice to meet you. And Kill Feeds, thank you so much for cheering me on to get to the 50. That was really nice. So I certainly appreciate that. And QP, of course, and Kiwi, who was in here earlier, and everybody else who's been lurking or watching or chatting. Thank you so much. If you haven't followed me yet, please do. I will be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Time and Saturday as well at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And we'll pick this back up and we're going to try. Again, we did pretty good on these three, so we'll just scoot them over here so everybody can see. Pretty good on these three, and we're going to try to really punch them up tomorrow. So I hope you'll tune back in. So again, thank you so much for everything. I appreciate all the support in this community. You all are wonderful people, and yeah, I just appreciate you hanging out. So anyway, have a wonderful evening. I'm going to try to find someone to send you all over to who is also working, and I hope that you will tune back in and see me me next time. If you haven't followed, be sure to follow me before we go, okay? Thank you, okay, Titus. I really appreciate it, okay? Have a good evening. Bye-bye.